See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Yes, 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 yes. Good afternoon, good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are. You tuned into Reason with Rattigan on this wonderful Saturday. Want to apologize for that, for the late start. Um, as you can see, Kevin is not with us because Kevin's system crash and burn. So, so you have me because ISAT, he's busy with his campaigning. Prezi is busy doing some other things. Jamaics is busy with his family. And Kevin can't join us today because his system is down. So you have me for 5 hours today. And then you're going to have me tonight for an additional 2 hours. So, first of all, you can't hear me? Talk to me, my people. Talk to me, 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 talk to me. Me adjust me levels there. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Hold on. Oh, Miss B says yes. Andrea Burke says yes. All right, folks. Well. Thanks for tuning in to Reason with Rattigan, the place where we inform and educate our people. And we also, by the way, hold government accountable. As Malcolm X said, education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So let's get busy. Let's get prepared. By the way, don't forget to sign the Magnitsky petition and make your contribution to the OJLDF in aid of the Reconnection Rally to be held in Jamaica exactly 2 weeks from today. All right, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, my brother, I see you in the chat. Everybody in the chat, big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. You could have been anywhere else, but you've chosen to spend the time with me and our brothers and sisters. And we appreciate that sincerely. Now, we have a magnificent show planned for you today. And let me just say, before we go any further, that Alpha, those of you who remember the rare earth element, REE, the person who came and we disguised the voice, that person was supposed to be here today, but we had a guest who was coming on to talk up some things about Jamaica. And at the very last moment this morning, we got a phone call saying we have to sit back and wait because of some possible legal issues. And we respect that. So big up yourself, my special guest who can't make it today. I know you're watching. And also big up to Alpha. Alpha will be back, not Alpha will be back 2 weeks from today. 2 or 3 weeks from today. So that's where we are with that. Now we have quite a few segments. And we struggled with the segments. We struggled up to this morning. We struggled. Kevin, producer Joan, and I, we struggled. Of course, they laugh at me because I'm a little bit enthusiastic and overly ambitious when it comes to providing information to our people. And most of you don't know this, but I have a vitamin that I take, and I take it once a week. I take it just before this program to make sure, say, me come round here and my spirits up. Meaning I know, the doldrums or anything like that. Kevin know it too because Kevin I take the same thing. Kevin, me give away your secret. But me and Kevin have a vitamin. We take it only once. Well, I only take it once a week. So I'm up and ready. So before Kevin, Kevin is in the background, people, but he can't join us. Kevin, I don't see producer Joan thing. I don't hold on us. Where Kevin, wait there. I'm looking in the video section and I don't see producer Jones slide or slides. I don't see them. All right, well, Kevin will come back to us. All right, so here's what we're going to do this. You have me alone. So we're going to talk, we're going to have fun, we're going to laugh, and we're going to share some information. Back and forth and do a thing. What Jeffrey say? Jeffrey already turned the thing in now. And we might even open the phone lines so that we can hear what you have to say. But okay. Is that Kevin? I guess that's Kevin looking for the document. But anyway, tonight, people, relax with the Rebel. It's going to be beautiful music for beautiful people. So come prepared to be serenaded by outstanding singers singing love ballads. Come prepared with your significant other. Come prepared for a great 2 hours of the best slow jams where dancing won't be necessary, at least not vertically. So make plans to join me tonight at 10 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio. So you have plenty of time to go out and prepare for that musical extravaganza with yours truly, the Rebel. Thank you very much, Kevin. Easy Like Sunday, that's our Sunday program. We're still working out the schedule with our potential guests, and we'll keep you posted. So for those of you who are just dying for the Sunday show, don't die, but we won't be on tomorrow. We're going to keep you posted. We're talking to some people because we want to make sure we bring on the best. We just don't want to bring on anyone just for the sake of filling the slot. We want to bring on people that we know you're going to enjoy their music and what they have to say. Let me see what else we have here. Come Reason with Rattigan. We did that this past Wednesday. And we had a beautiful show. We had, and I think it's the first time, at least in the history of when I say Jamaican broadcasting on social media, that we've ever had this. We had a neurosurgeon, Dr. Hunter. We had a dietitian, my sister, Miss Young. And we had our indigenous Caribbean herbal doctor, Dr. Ben. First time we've ever had something like this. And when I say we, I'm not talking about this program. I'm talking about any program, every program. First time. We've had a neurosurgeon, dietitian, and a herbal doctor. Big up to all of them. And also to all of you, our devoted supporters. You make us who we are. And of course, a special big up to that wonderful lady, our passionate and hardworking producer, OT. OT now make me sleep. OT call me middle of the night, 2 in the morning, and OT is brimming with ideas, people. And whenever she has an idea, she can't keep it to herself. She have to call me and say, listen, I have an idea. What do you think about this? And sometimes when I say, OT, keep it till the morning or keep it for a few hours. But you can't do that. You have to go along with the program because when you have somebody like OT who is so devoted, who's so enthusiastic about what we're doing, not just on the Wednesday night program, but all the platforms that we're on, you just can't help but say, you know what? I'm inspired and I'm lifted. Her spirit just lift you. Just lift you. And OT, big up again. Very, very appreciative of what you do. And not just me, all of the people. Prayers, and shout out and blessings. Prayers up for Papa Trevor from Durban, South Africa. Ma P, listen. It was great seeing you the other day. I have a song. That I want to play for you. So you have to listen to me. You have to listen to me tonight. And this artist is an artist that you and I used to sit down and talk about this artist a lot. And so I just want you to just listen to this song tonight from this artist. It fits nicely in what we're doing. And this is from me to you. So, Mapi, stay tuned. Big up yourself. Margine, thank you so much for the call. Thank you for the concern. Much appreciated. And I trust that you're doing well as well. Desmond, Paul, Bunny Jump, my brethren from Firehouse. Him up on the live, yeah. Big up yourself, Bunny Jump. Jonah Marie, the small boss, the big boss, the boss. Fireball, the assistant. Jaranji, big up yourself, my brother. Fittest the hardest dread. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Bobby, thanks. Got your thing this morning. Mr. Baxter, I hope you're doing well in your new location, sir. At least last week when I spoke to you, you seemed comfortable and at home. Yeah. Stress-free life now, right? Good. Sassy Diva. Why, Sassy? Big up yourself. Time's rough, but you'll make it. You'll make it. Raleigh from Minneapolis. Big up yourself. Danny Gopes from Towile. And Roland, the valiant one who they are Jamaica. Wait for coming. Roland, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Big up our ambassadors. We have met in a few weeks now, but the spirit is still there. And maybe we'll have a meeting this Monday. Maybe we'll have one this Monday. We'll have to leave it up to, I'm going to ask OT to reach out to all of you. And last, certainly not least, our producer extraordinaire. Producer, Joan, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up. Don't follow OT, you know, Joan, because me and you, me know you know for about 95 years, right? And I mean, like, me know your style, me used to your style where you just say something once and you just kind of just make it breeze off and you give me some brought up on the time and then you come back and you say, hey, how this go? And by the way, people, Joan, she called me all kinds of names, but she called me Junior. And when you hear somebody call me Junior, they know me a long time. And she called me that. But OT now, OT is the opposite of doing. OT, once OT said, this is what we're going to do. OT just in your skin till you get it done. Joan is the kind of person, she just tell you, she explain to you, you understand, and then she just give you space, but she'll come back. If it's not done, she's coming back. So we have two great producers, you know, two different styles, equally effective. So I just want to big them up and thank God that I'm surrounded by these two wonderful women. Never Sheko Ford from Firehouse, big up yourself. Junior. All right, Eddie. All right, Eddie. Big up yourself. Tigo, listen to you. Tigo, listen to me, and him listen to me. I talk about you. So big up on yourself. Big up on yourself. No, folks. Again, because we had to reschedule some things. Today, oh, you know what? Let me just go to the slideshow that producer Joan produce for us. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. All right, there we go. All right. Oh, people, don't forget, I mentioned it when we started, and I'll read it. The OJLDF and its supporters cordially invite you to the inaugural Reconnection Rally to be held at the Ranny Williams Entertainment Center on June 21st. And that's a Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we're inviting everyone to show up for that. We're also inviting people to make a donation because it's going to be free. Everything is going to be free. And we shouldn't even use the word free. We'll just say we're inviting people to come and just have a fun-filled time with us. So don't forget this event. And if you look right here, it said, please donate to the Reconnection Rally. And it's at ojldf.net. Join. We're going to leave that on the screen for a while, the website, so you can go there and make your donation. All right. What else do we have? Oh, there's the code. You can put your phone up to it. I'm not a technical person. I was just told to tell you that you can just put your phone up to that and take a picture or whatever, and then you can make your donation. It takes you straight to the site, so you don't have to type in anything. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Minister, I don't see what I just said it, but I'm sure if I didn't, producer Joan can kill me. Let me see. Okay. Somebody said, what if you don't have a significant other? I'll be a significant other. If you don't have a significant other tonight, I'll be a significant other. How about that? Kevin's the top. Okay. All right. So there's no message from producer Jones, so I guess I explained it correctly. Put your phone up to that and take a picture, whatever, and it's going to take you straight to the website. Please, folks, make your donation. Oh, and by the way, we are talking about doing some reconfiguration of the program as far as YouTube and Reggae Global Radio. We're talking about doing some exciting things, so that we don't end up in a situation like this where we have to plead to people to make a donation. And we shouldn't be doing this because we're all in agreement that this is something that we should be doing. And when we talked about it months ago, people said, yeah. And then now you say, okay, let's donate and make this, a cause that we can realize. And then we have problems. Now, having said that, some of you have given and given generously. So for those of you who have given, well, let me just say this. If you have given generously. Because when a person can afford to make like a $2,000 donation, that's generous. That's generous. But by no means should we not appreciate somebody who gives $50, because their $50 might be just as much as a $2,000 person can afford. And so whatever you can give, we truly appreciate it. And we make no distinction between you give a $10 or you give $110. No distinction whatsoever. We're truly grateful for all the support we can get. But going forward, we're going to come up with a plan. We're working on a plan right now. You'll hear about it maybe after the rally. You'll hear about it. And you're going to love it. Trust me. You're going to love it. I'm excited already, and I just got the bare bones of it. I'm talking to both producers, and we're going to get Kevin in the mix. Okay. All right. Producer Jones says, yes, the QR code will take you straight to the website. Hold your phone camera to it. Click on the yellow link that will pop up. There you go, folks. Hold your phone camera to the code you see right there, the QR code. And then you click on the yellow link and that will pop up. I'm going to come back to this before we end the program. Let me see what else. All right. Al-Ghazali. Knowledge without action is wastefulness. See? Let's talk about that first part of the sentence. Knowledge without action is wastefulness. So it's like you come around here and you get all of this knowledge and you take no action. It serves no purpose. None whatsoever. Because we're doing it so that you can at least share it with your neighbor, your family, your friends. And whenever we decide to do something like this rally, then we're going to get the support that we need. If we decide to do a protest, we're going to get the support. Because if you just have that knowledge, what good is that if you can't put that into action? What good is it if you can share that with somebody who can share it with somebody so that we can educate the population, galvanize the people, and take some positive action to hold government accountable? What good is it if you can't sign the Magnitsky petition? I mean, we'd love for you to donate, but here is something that doesn't cost you anything. And that is to sign the Magnitsky petition. So knowledge without action is wastefulness, and action without knowledge is foolishness. If you get out there and you say, all right, I'm going to protest, and people come up to you and say, why are you here? And you can't articulate why you're there. And that's foolishness. So we need both. We need knowledge and we need action. And that's what we're about. And let me just segue a little bit and tell you about something that happened this week that, well, it's not one event, a couple of events that got me really, 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 really excited. Yesterday was my son's birthday, the oldest. We call him Sammy Jedlocks. And I call him Sammy Jedlocks because of the singer, who was a real, it was a real in the 70s, 80s. Him sing M16, him sing a whole heap of song. Sammy Jedlocks, still alive, still in our Brooklyn. So we call my son Sammy Jedlocks, and name Samuel. We call him Sammy Dread. So his birthday was yesterday. Big up yourself, Sammy Jedlocks. And this morning, he has some friends over. No, they've never been to Jamaica. His friends are not Jamaicans, by the way. And he goes to a school where they don't have any Jamaicans. Teachers are pupils, no Jamaica. Sammy Jedlocks has never been to Jamaica. This morning, me hear the whole of them are play. Happy birthday, yeah, my friend. One more year upon them. I say, wait. I say, wait, I'm hear them sing. I say, I can't believe this. Never come out of my room and look and see the youth them sing. It was a joyous feeling. Joyous feeling. And then, there's something I have to share with you. This happened a while back and it happened this week again. And I didn't share it with you. I'm going to share it with you now. This shirt you see me wear, let me get up a little bit so I can see. Jaguars, right? What that? 65. This is my son's jersey. He plays in a league, football, right? If I can't see the back of the shirt, yeah. Let's say Rattigan, no, if I can't see it. Yeah. I can't see it. Well, what happened is I went to his school and one of his teachers said to me, Mr. Rattigan, I'd like you to know, we'll watch your program. I said, what? I said, yeah, we'll watch your program. And then my other son, his friends, they're 14 years old. They said it to me before, and they said it to me this week. They said, Mr. Rattigan, we'd like you to know that we watch your program on Saturdays. So yeah, and they were able to tell me about some of the segments. People, this is what a movement is about. I never knew them children here watch a program. Children. Hold on. Yeah, people. So I was shocked. I really was shocked Yeah, man. I was really shocked. Somebody tell him, "Boy, I forgot wear your jersey on the program for big up your team and say thank you to his friends and the teachers. And also to them, because they must spread the word. Because I'm going to tell people, say, yeah, my father they're on this thing every Saturday, and then they must tune in. And they tune in. So big up Sammy Dread, big up Seti General, and all of your friends and teachers. Continue watching, continue learning, and continue sharing. All right. So again, people, knowledge without action is wastefulness, and action without knowledge is foolishness. We don't want that. All right, the agenda. Drill gate part 3. The drilling continues. Now we're going to show. Oh, I hope Kevin. I hope we didn't. I didn't look at it, but this drill gate thing here is it's not a 60, 70, 80, 90 a wonder, because every week we're finding out more and more and more, and we're just going to show you a little piece of something today. And we may go into the lawsuit and show you some other things, and you're going to be shocked. You're going to be surprised. Then we have Dennis Chung, the Prime Minister's best chance to avoid prison, and we're going to show you why we believe the Prime Minister. Well, you know what they're going to say? The Prime Minister had nothing to do with this. This was the Office of the Services Commission. They put out the posting. They conducted. They put out the postings. They reviewed the applications. They shortlisted people. They did the interviews, and they selected someone. Well, we know some of the thing working in Jamaica. We know it's more than that. It's more than that. And I am going to show you one video that will explain why I believe that this man, Mr. Dennis Chung, was selected for the position of technical director for the Financial Investigative Division. So stay tuned for that. Then we have Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, my favorite minister. Everybody knows that. And Senator Audrey Marks, useless. The title is "The Truth Shall Set Ye Free." You're going to hear the truth from Audrey Marks, and you're going to hear some misrepresentations from Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. Audrey Marks, she's going to tell you the truth, but she doesn't even realize what she's saying. She's useless and beyond useless, because she got up on a stage and she said, "Oh, this is my first time speaking on a political platform," and you're going to hear the nonsense coming out of this woman's mouth, and you will not believe that she carries the title ambassador still, but she's former ambassador, Jamaican ambassador to the United States. And no wonder we couldn't get anything done when she was here. No wonder. She cannot think on her feet. Even when you give her a script, she can't think. Can't think. And that is what is so sorely lacking in Jamaica. We believe that if you have something behind your name, that you're a somebody. And I can show you people who have nothing behind their names. All them have in front of their name is a Mr. or a Miss or Mrs. And they will beat these people street and lane. Beat them. They will lash them like there's no tomorrow. But these people I'm talking about, the ones who did not get a formal education or did not complete a formal education, they don't have any friends in high places. They don't. But I'm telling you, you talk to them. You talk to these people. I talk to them all the time, and I'm amazed. Because whenever I speak to someone, I speak from a position of trying to learn. I don't speak from a position of trying to impress people. That's not my style. I don't have to do that. So, and the last one topic is beach access update. Is there cause for celebration? Should that be a question mark right there? But Dr. Devon Taylor is coming on. Some news. I don't want to follow Mr. Jeffrey Tavares and say breaking news. I don't want to say that, but we have some news, and he's gonna come and explain to us, is there cause for celebration. We'll also have Mr. Lawman Lynch. Those in the New York area, you know him. He's running for city council in New York, and we wish him all the best. Wish him well. He'll be here this evening. And we'll also have Dr. Rosalie Hamilton, our sister. She's going to come on and talk about governance vis-a-vis the Dennis Chung fiasco. So we're going to have big fun, as they say. The panelists, today you just have me. Kevin is, yes, I'm looking at Kevin's thing right now, and it didn't look good at all. Kevin is, I don't think Kevin is going to be able to join us on camera, but him, just know that he's in the background doing a whole bunch of stuff. Yes, they're our guests. Rosalie Hamilton, Devon Taylor, Lawman Lynch. Engagement norms, you know them. Be an active listener, use time effectively, be present, speak and comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint, celebrate others' contributions, and enjoy the experience. All right. See, Mark Twain, we have a lot of quotes attributed to this man. Brilliant when him, you know, he had some quips that they're timeless. And here's one of them. There are lies, there are damn lies, and then there are statistics. And we'll play some video where you'll hear them spout statistics, and we know that the statistics that they're false. We know that. We know that. But before we do any of that, let me see what else is up here. Okay, all right. Let me move this. All right. No, you know, we have this segment where we call interview and interrogation techniques, and we weren't gonna use it today, but because of the rescheduling, we're going to. And what I'm going to show you, let me pull it up here. What I'm going to show you is, and you know this gentleman, where is he? No, here he is. All right. You know this gentleman. You've seen him. You've seen excerpts of him asking people questions in the South African Parliament. And one of the reasons why I follow the South African Parliament is because South Africa has similar problems like Jamaica. I could go to the UK and elsewhere, but it wouldn't be the same. So because of the similar problems, we're trying to see how are they trying to address the problems they face politically in Parliament. And so I'm trying to give you a sense of how it should be done with politicians or with citizens. So if the politicians aren't doing this, then you can, when you talk to your councillor, you talk to your MP. And you have to do it, people, and you have to be preferably in a group setting. You say, no, we want to talk to you. And then also it's a life skill. You learn how to ask questions. You learn how to think on your feet. And you learn how to prepare. Because if you, as we said, we say all the time, you don't ask questions if you don't know the answer. And knowing the answer means that you have to prepare. You have to prepare. And so I'm going to play you this tape right now. And this gentleman, actually, he sent me a message this morning because he's supposed to come on the program. But he said that because of his duties as a parliamentarian, and they're doing a lot, and I know this for a fact, they're doing a lot of oversight work in South Africa because they're trying to clean up the mess. He has to prepare. So he doesn't have a whole lot of time. So he promised me today, he said, let me see if I find it here. Liam, okay. Yeah, he said, Mr. Rattigan, I'd love to give some time during August because that's when my calendar clears up. Okay, and I told him that we're using his clip, and he said that's amazing and must know when it come out. So I tell him I'm featuring him today and that he should watch the program. And I know he will be watching. Dr. Taylor just sent me a message saying he'll be on later on. What's this? I have to send this. The gentle lady who just sent me the video and said use it on the program today. I'm gonna send it to Kevin and have Kevin put it up so that we can use it. I'm trying to pull it up to see what exactly it is. Okay. Okay. It's for Norman Lawman. All right, fine. Let me just send it to Kevin. Kevin, if you would, please put that up for me, sir. Thanks. All right. So, folks, without further ado, here is the young and impressionable and exciting and you know, when we used to say Jamaica that you people inquisitive, it used to be negative. But when it comes to dealing with politicians, dealing with the economy, dealing with how they're, you know, their transparency and good governance, you have to be inquisitive. So it's a good word. It's a good word. So here is Mr. Liam Jacobs.
Honorable Jacobs.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, we do it interpellation style here. And if I'm satisfied with the answer that I received.
And by the way, just so you know, this happened about 2 days ago, fairly recent. And they're doing this like every week. So that's why we won't be seeing him until he's completed his task of you know, they have a roster of agencies and ministries that they have to exert oversight of. And he's on the sports oversight committee. But pay attention. And again, just listen to how prepared he is and the way he formulates his questions. Here we go.
See if I will stop it, and then we can carry on. Chairperson, through you, I'd like to ask Mr. Jordan, do you believe in the concept of democracy? Can you please put your microphone on when you respond?
I'm a product of a struggle for democracy.
Do you have respect for the concept of democracy?
You're asking me a question that is self-evident.
Okay. Do you understand the importance of term limits?
I understand it. I was
Term
sitting here
limits.
as a member of parliament.
Do you understand the importance of term limits?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that you are one of the longest serving presidents of any football association on the planet? I'm not done. You are one of the longest serving on the planet.
It's
12 years almost.
It's not true.
Can you let me finish? I'm still busy with my interrogation here. And that there,
Honorable Chairperson.
They must ask the questions
Just
and
order.
answer. Now he is.
I just love this guy. I'm still busy with my interrogation here. That's how you hold them accountable. You let them know. Let them know.
Engaging me now.
Point of order, Chair.
one of the longest serving on the planet.
It's not
12
true.
years almost.
It's not true.
Can you let me finish? I'm still busy with my interrogation here. And that there,
Honorable Chairperson.
They must ask the questions
Just
and
order.
answer. Now he is engaging me now.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Let me make the following ruling. If honorable members ask a question, give SAFA an opportunity to respond. SAFA respond, then we may ask the question. You may
thank you.
proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Just a point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels.
Can we please, what I've witnessed here, it's not right. I witnessed my colleague, the Honorable Member Jacobs, talking to Dr. Jordan and pointing his finger at him. That is very condescending. It is absolutely rude for a child, to have that type of conduct to
A child.
to someone.
I'm a member of
big
this
enough to
house.
be his-
You will not
be his
address me as
father.
a child.
And this is not how we must have. We must keep a decorum here when we talk to those people coming here. Thank you.
Honorable members, let's keep the decorum. I haven't seen the finger. If there was a finger pointed at Dr. Jordan, I would like Honorable Liam Jacobs to apologize for
I
that.
apologize for that.
And I would like the Honorable Daniels also withdraw and address his colleagues as honorable members and not a child in this meeting.
Honorable Chairperson, because of my upbringing, I'm terribly sorry. I forgot I'm not at home where I deal with my children like that. So I withdraw, Chairperson.
Honorable Liam Jacobs, proceed.
Arietsi. Anyways, Chairperson, I would like to ask, Mr. Jordan, do you consider yourself a responsible leader?
Right.
Can he please switch his microphone on, Chair?
Chair, can I just understand? You said now, when we had the list of questions, that we'll have all the questions and then we'll answer. Is this now a deviation from that order that you sent?
I agree, but I think the interpolation may be led to what the member has read. But maybe I have to appeal to the member to ask a direct question
That is a direct question, Chairperson.
pertaining to the content
Yes.
and the submission that has been made. Honorable Khabo?
Chairperson, thank you very much. For progress' sake, I think it's only fair that you also take the SAFA delegation into confidence in relation to how we conduct our engagements, whereby a member
By the way, SAFA is the South African Football Association.
is either having liberty to submit questions in writing or ask all of those questions and allow the
You know, Dennis Chung was once in charge of the Jamaica Football Federation. He should be subjected to this kind of questioning when he was there. And now that he's somewhere else, he should be subjected to some kind of oversight scrutiny and ask these types of questions.
delegation to respond, and there is also an option for you to have a one-on-one interaction. Where I'll be asking you a direct question, I'll be expecting a response. So, President, you must not interpret it as an ambush. Probably the chair forgot to take you into confidence as to that's how we conduct our engagements. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Khabo. Honorable
Chair. So, President, you must not interpret it as an ambush. Probably the chair forgot to take you into confidence as to that's how we conduct our engagements. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Khabo. Honorable
And we never speak already. Can you give us 3 minutes? Because we are going.
Honorable Jacobs, proceed.
I've asked the question, does he consider himself to be a responsible leader?
Next question.
This is not next question. I'm holding you accountable. Do you consider yourself to be a responsible leader?
I love it. I love it. No, next question. You answer the question that's pending. Who the hell are you to come and tell me that, your next question? Hell no. Let me go back.
Next question.
This is not next question. I'm holding you accountable. Do you consider yourself to be a responsible leader?
Did you look at my areas of responsibility? I was sitting where you are sitting.
I'm asking you, it's a yes or no question.
I was sitting where you are sitting. And yes, I was a member of this parliament.
I'm asking, do you consider yourself to be a responsible leader?
The response was yes, Honorable Jacob.
Thank you very much. It's implied. In my hands, as I sit here, I have got something that I know you don't think that I have. But this here lists your full travel expenses up until about January 2024. On these travel expenses, you list an amount of 131,000 Rand to go to Ivory Coast and London from the 11th of January to the 14th of February. Then, second, you've been to Qatar twice on flights that could be no more than 15,000 Rand. That costs altogether 56,000 Rand and 31,000 Rand. This is obviously including accommodation as well. Then thirdly, I have you traveling to Vietnam for the Oceania Congress, which took place on 29 September to 3rd October 2023. What are we as South Africans doing in Vietnam at the Oceania Congress of an organization that only has 13 members, of which are thousands of kilometers away? Then, number 4, you've traveled to Cameroon for the African Cup of Nations at 105,574 Rand, when a ticket to Yaoundé can cost no more than 14,000 Rand max. Then, you've also traveled to Morocco for 82,833 Rand, when that flight could cost no more than 20,000 Rand max. So that is why I ask if you are responsible, because we've heard the financial standing of your organization. And when we hear the financial standing of your organization, don't feel attacked. When we hear the financial standing of your organization, it becomes apparent that there's a lack of responsibility. There's a lack of accountability. Because who is actually holding you to account, sir? Who is holding you to account?
No, can I answer?
I'm asking who is holding you to account.
No, but I must explain to you.
Give Dr. Jordan an opportunity to explain.
I had no business to go to Vietnam. You may know, or you may not know, that South Africa made a bid for hosting of the Women's World Cup. The CEO was with me. Tumit Lamini was with me. Do you have their costs there? Do you have their flight ticket there? This is a campaign. It's a campaign, and you are part of it now. So we were in Vietnam. We made a presentation. We were lobbying to get the votes to host the Women's World Cup. Qatar, obviously, was a World Cup. And the World Cup is a 30-day period event. You can't pick major events that I've attended and put the costs. I don't travel to a World Cup every year or every day. World Cup is once every 4 years. And therefore the costs, not just for me, for everyone else. Do you have other members who also were at the World Cup?
I'm asking you. You're not the one that asks me in this
You
meeting.
see, the fact that 10 people travel to the World Cup, you take one.
People, this is how it's supposed to be done. We are the oversight committee. You come before us for accountability. You don't ask questions. That's similar to a witness in the box asking questions. No, you're there to answer questions. Good for you, Mr. Jacobs. Let me go back.
World Cup is once every 4 years. And therefore the costs, not just for me, for everyone else. Do you have other members who also were at the World Cup?
I'm asking you. You're not the one that asks
but
me in this
you
meeting.
see, the fact that 10 people travel to the World Cup, you take one and say, this is it. I'd like to travel on your planes and pay 20,000 to go wherever. It's not
Chairperson,
real.
if I may.
It's not real.
If I may, Chairperson, if you are admitting to the fact that even more win, this balloons the cost at large, and there's a reason that I'm bringing this up. The reason I'm bringing this up is a matter of accountability. In my hands over here, I also have the fact that you consistently postpone meetings, that your organization is consistently postponing meetings. You've had your meeting on the 25th of Jan, and you are yet to have another meeting. That then got postponed March. That then got postponed again.
To major events. And by the way, I'm going to the World Cup again. And in the United States. And I don't think it's going to be 20,000 to go to the United States.
Chairperson, I'm satisfied with the answer. As I have my own time, I'm very much satisfied with the answer. And I find it interesting that we are going to Qatar in 2022 when we don't even qualify. Chairperson, I'd like to move on to the CFO.
But President, Chair.
Chairperson, I'd like to move on to the CFO.
Just give me an opportunity. Let's give the
I am not
doctor the
Bafana
opportunity.
Bafana. I am an official. And when I go to the World Cup, I go and account to FIFA. I go and account. As a former member who delivered the World Cup. And when there's other World Cups, I get invited and I go and explain matters there. So it's not that the team must go, then I go. That's not the case. I'm a delegate. And I go regardless of whether the team qualifies or not.
Chairperson, I find it interesting.
Honorable Jacobs, I think proceed with your next question to the CFO.
I find it interesting that we are using SAFA funds to attend FIFA events in that particular respect, but I'll continue to the CFO.
I
CFO.
represent SAFA. I'm a delegate of SAFA at FIFA.
CFO.
Don't you understand that?
CFO. I'll come back to you, Mr. Jordan. CFO. Do you contend that SAFA is in a strong financial position?
No, SAFA is not in a strong financial position.
Can you please put the microphone on?
Oh, it's on. I think in my presentation, I acknowledged that we've got financial challenges, but however, we are addressing those challenges.
Okay, you are addressing those challenges. The reason I ask this is, who's responsible for the financial decline of SAFA?
it's the whole organization. It's the whole organization. It's executive management. It's the NEC. It's the whole organization.
Do you, as the leadership, accept responsibility for the financial decline of SAFA?
Yes, we do.
You accept responsibility because it is under leadership like this where equity has worsened from 7 million, negative 7 million, to negative 14 million. This is a clear indicator of an organization that is in severe decline. And the reason I list this is because we can look at our current liabilities versus our current assets. And as somebody in the financial field, I'm sure you know what this would mean. Your current liabilities severely outweigh your current assets, meaning your ability to meet your expectations, your financial expectations, is severely hampered by the fact that your financial expectations are more than your ability to account for them. What do you make of that?
Can I respond to you at the chair?
Yeah, if you can respond.
No, thank you. In response to that, yes, that was a situation. And I think what happened, that's why when I was appointed chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, my first challenge was to say, I think that we not budgeting correctly. That's why a lot of the financial difficulties result because of they haven't taken current performances of the team into consideration. So part of that liabilities that you're speaking about, which exceeds the assets, result from unfunded expenditure relating to the performance of the teams. However, I also said, yes, we have a close to 250,000 rand properties which are unencumbered. And I said, before you even start considering using it as security for loans to take you out of the quagmire that you find yourself, I'd like to see that we have a turnaround strategy so that when we use money prodigiously to ensure that you reverse the situation. So at the moment, yes, I asked them also for a payment a strategy to ensure that we pay the debt not only as expected, but some of them arrangement has been made to defer payments, but to ensure that you can meet all your obligations in terms of that. So yes, first things I asked was...
Thank you for the response. May I just flag, before the honourable member proceed, may I just flag, very interesting response to the strategy. If there can be preparations also be made on the strategy on, the paying back of these monies.
Chairperson, I was actually heading there. If I may, I was actually heading in that direction. I find that, there's of course a massive FIFA loan that was approved in 2022. Are you aware of this, Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Now that I direct the question to Mr. Jordan, he doesn't want to answer. CFO, are you aware of this?
Honorable Jacobs, let me protect our visitors. If the question goes and the president of SAFA cannot respond, I have indicated that I have indicated, Honorable, that anyone who deems fit may respond to that question, because we might have someone who should with a much valuable answer than the member you are asking. Perhaps if we can go forward in that way. Who wanted to respond to that question?
Yes, we are aware.
Okay.
Of the FIFA.
You are aware?
Yes, we are.
But I think South Africans need to be made aware of this as well. Right here, you'll find a letter that comes from an advocate by the name of Tebogo Motlanthe, right? Now, this individual writes this letter in 2022, and I asked this, given your financial position, you say you are in a bad financial position. I'm about to mention more debt that is included in this. In this particular letter, it states that you have a repayment period between 2023 and 2025 of this FIFA loan. Have you been able to honor it?
Yes, we have.
It is $250,000 times 2 a year, which is the equivalent of 8.9 million rand that is being drained out of SAFA to repay a loan. And that is why I raise these questions, Chairperson, because you must understand the matters regarding how much is actually given to players versus how much is given to officials, which is why I want to ask, and this is a qualitative question to Mr. Jordan. I'd like to ask, are you happy with the size of your NEC?
size of the NEC does not depend my happiness or unhappiness.
Do you believe that it is a size that yields the benefits that you'd like to see out of an NEC?
That is something that the NEC or the Congress can debate on.
Because on the 18th of June 2013, FIFA wrote to SAFA, and they wrote that your NEC is bloated, that your NEC is way too big, that your NEC, they've recommended that your NEC should consist of approximately 18 members, and it currently consists of 47. So if that is the case, this gives us an understanding of why you have bloated honoraria costs. You have honoraria costs that sit in 2023 at 2.5 million rand. This is just honoraria, not allowance, Chairperson. 2.5 million in 2023 and 6.1 million in 2024, which works out to 54,976 rand per member in 2023 and 130,000 rand per member in 2024. But had this been 18 members, Chairperson, the honoraria would have been 989,000 approximately in 2023 and 2.3 million rand in 2024. And I want us to take into consideration these numbers, because if you do the math here, Chairperson, you find that this is mathematics that is almost the equivalent of how much the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture had to give to you to bail you out due to your financial circumstances. So what steps are you actually taking against officials who are also responsible for the fact that your finances are not in a good space?
Honorable Jacobs, please wrap up.
I've asked the question, Chairperson. I'll wrap up shortly after.
The letter that you read, I think the letter is dated 2013. Is that?
Yes.
I just want to, it's 2013. We are now in 2025. The first question you must ask, what did SAFA do in terms of that letter? I think that letter was signed by Jerome Balk.
You've got the completely wrong names here, but you can proceed. It's signed by Marco Villager. And
Marco Villager was the head of legal at the time.
And Oliver Jabber.
Yes. That matter was discussed with FIFA. So that thing has no value. That matter was dismissed. You see, there are a number of, FIFA has 211 members. And the way the membership are composed depend on a number of issues. It's not just pick a number, this is a number of, if you look at our statutes, you'll actually see the breakdown of the NEC.
So, Chairperson, in that regard, through you, has FIFA said that you are fine, that the size of your NEC is fine?
That FIFA does not exist anymore, and it was agreed that to leave the matter.
So you disagree with the fact that NEC should be smaller, and you'd rather have a bloated NEC as you sit here?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't support or not support it. For me, it's a matter of the members themselves. The statutes was approved by the members. The NEC is here, and the allocation per province is here, and how they come to represent the provinces are also in our statutes.
So,
Honorable
Chairperson,
Jacobs,
as I wrap up, Chairperson,
unfortunately,
I want to read a letter from one of the clubs, and I want to read this in light of the fact that you have financial woes, that you are unable to pay your salaries, that you struggle to do so. I received
Jacobs,
a letter, Chairperson.
unfortunately, your time has expired. I'm, 1 minute over. What I'll suggest, keep those. When we do the recommendations, we can have discussions and decisions on the way
Chairperson, it will
forward.
take me no more than 30 seconds to read this letter.
Your time has expired. Who's the next member?
Folks, that's how it's done. That's how it should be done. And we have some more videos to show you next week. For this week, that's all we're going to show you. But you get a sense, couple of things. You get a sense that young people should be involved. Young people should be involved in Jamaican politics. And they should be unafraid. They should be courageous. This is an example of what we would like to see in Jamaica. This is just a start in terms of holding public figures accountable. We don't do it. We should. We should. Let me know what your thoughts are. And by the way, like I said, the young man, Mr. Liam Jacobs, he will be with us in August. He wrote to me today and he said, I'd love to, for those of you just joining us, he said, I'd love to come on your program, but they've got a whole slew of things to do between now and August. So he said, August, my schedule is going to be free. I will come on and we can have a good chat. Also, we're going to get the former DPP of South Africa on the program. He just sent me schedule. I mean, a dear friend of mine, extremely busy, traveling all over the world representing clients. He's available on the 18th. I told him that that's not a good time, so we're working on getting him sometime after the 18th. And we have quite a few people that we're trying to get locked in terms of the schedule, so that they can come on and they can share their experience with us. And we know that politicians in Jamaica are watching this program, but they don't have an appetite for this. They don't want this to happen. But the young people, they're the ones we're really trying to get to let them understand that you can hold government accountable. And here's how you should do it. Even if you want to fit it into the Jamaican experience, that's fine. But you have to be aggressive when you talk to these people and let them know that you're spending taxpayers' money. And as such, there is a responsibility that goes with that to account. And we're going to hold you accountable. And I'll tell you what, look, most of you, I think, remember that I questioned the wisdom of people traveling or people getting sponsorship, circumventing the rules. And I recall that a senior politician came to America, and this was last year, and I called him. And the first thing he said to me was, Rattigan, I'd like you to know I came here using my own money. And I just started laughing. And that came about, I think, as a result of trying to hold them accountable, let them know that people are looking at the budget, people are looking at travel. Also, I had asked for people who traveled to the World Championship games held in Budapest. I'd asked about that. And so the word gets around, the word gets around. Somebody's asking about our travel records. Why are we spending so much money? And as a result of that, there's a cutback, or there is an effort to make sure it's not as blatant as it once was. So you can ask the questions, and I'm asking the questions through ATIs. By the way, big up the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And I never want some questions, and I get 5 ATIs yesterday. Now let me see how I'm going to handle them ATIs. And there is a ministry of, there's one ministry that very, very cooperative. Very, very cooperative. I'll mention it next week. I don't have the paperwork in front of me. But when you ask for something, you get it. Sometimes it's a little bit late, but you get it. You get it. And I just want to big up that ministry. I think it's Ministry of, can't remember. I don't want to call a ministry name, and it's the wrong ministry. But I'll mention it next week, and I'll show you the documents. But this week, people, you know what happened? I have to tell you this. On Wednesday, I filed 3 appeals with the ATI tribunal. That's the appellate body, because you file your ATIs with the ministries, agencies, and departments, and depending on their response, you can appeal. And there's a body that exerts oversight for ATI purposes over all of these ministries, departments, and agencies. So I filed 3 Wednesday morning. Between Wednesday evening And yesterday, Friday, I received 19 responses. 19 responses. Because you know what I did? When I filed the appeal, I CC'd a bunch of agencies and said, look, I'm letting you know that I'm now filing my appeal with the tribunal. 19 responses. And some of them are quite interesting. And I'm finding out that the government, they talk a lot. They do the fancy speak. They tell you, oh, we're going to be doing this. Oh, we're going to be wara wara. And I have responses from some of these ministries where they said, Mr. Rattigan, we didn't do him. We didn't do him. Some of them are very honest. Some of them, they play games with me. But it don't make no sense to not do that, because guess what happened? The worst enemy that you can have, you meaning the ministries, is somebody with time on their hands. And that's all I've got, time. So I'm willing, I'll patiently wait and I'll patiently file, but I'm not going anywhere. And if you think that playing games with the time period, you know, where you have 30 days to respond and then you have the right to extend for another 30 days. And then after that, some of you, what you're doing is you're supposed to respond. If you're not the pertinent agency, you're supposed to respond to me within 14 days to say, you send it to the wrong place. Here's where it should go. We're sending it for you. But some of you, what you're doing is you're holding on to these things until 30 days, not 14, 30, sometimes even longer. And then you say, oh, we're not the right agency. Then you send it over to another agency. And guess what they're doing? They're taking 60 days. They do 30 and they say, oh, Mr. Rattigan, we need another 30. And sometimes the question, very, very simple. It's just provide me with a document that you have a legal officer. And they need 60 days to determine if they have a legal officer. Or it's provide me with documentation evidencing the fact that you have a person who's responsible for exerting oversight of your of a certain policy, gender policy, specifically that question. And you're telling me you need 2 months to tell me if you have somebody who's there to exert oversight over this. So it's games you're playing, but I have time. I have time. So I will continue to wait. I will continue to bombard you with my requests, and then I'll continue to file stuff with the tribunal. And also when I do it, what do I do with some of you? I send the request to the entire cabinet so that all of you know that I'm watching. I am watching. So, folks, make we jump on it. Kevin still not here with us. Kevin won't be with us. So let me move this. I see Kevin put something up here. I guess he want me to talk about this. How many of you have seen this? Minimum wage. The minimum wage in Jamaica went, hold on, Kevin, okay. Minimum wage went from 15,000 to 16,000. Yay! Now you can buy a house, land, and car, and send on a picnic go to school. And we won't have no bills. The extra 1,000 will make a big difference. They haven't told you that the exchange rate went up. It's no longer 158. It's 160. So that $1,000 gone. Gone. And if you notice, no fanfare. They're not coming out and talking about it. No, that the exchange rate is 160. Yeah. You see, I see you saying I'll buy a Pro Box. You don't hear them come. This is something to celebrate. This 16,000, celebrate it. But at the same time that you're celebrating it, government, and telling the people, I hope you come out and tell them, say, listen, this $1,000 gone, because guess what? Everything you purchase now is gonna be at an increased price, because the retailer is gonna increase the price because they have to buy from the wholesaler That will increase the price, and the wholesaler has to import, and the price is increased. Remember that. Remember that. And and it's a wash, because let me see something here, people. Let me see something here. Hold on 1 second. Stay with me. 16,000, right? Divide by 160. 100 US dollars. 100 US dollars a week. It's less, that's 20 US dollars a day. 20 US dollars a day. Chirac, you're right. Ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna work. So thank you, Kevin. Let me remove this. Let me see here now. Kevin, let me bring up a video now. Video time now, and we're going to get into it. We have a half hour before let me see which one I want to put up. All right, let's. All right, let's focus on my favorite minister. All right, here she is. Let me put up all our videos one time so we don't have to go back and forth. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. All right. All right, here we go. Here is Jamaica's taxpayers' money being spent unwisely. Here we go.
Hello, my Jamaican family. I am here at NMIA once more, this time on my way to the 119th Council of Ministers in Brussels, Belgium. There, I'm going to have the opportunity to engage with the new Secretary General for the very first time, and we'll, of course, be addressing issues of governance and reform that we've been taking forward over the past council meetings. I've been speaking to you about them, so some of you might be familiar. We'll also be taking the opportunity to have some meetings with members and representatives of the European Commission, engaging in bilateral matters. We are also celebrating the 50th anniversary of the OACPS. As a founding member, Jamaica would have to be present.
Money being unwisely spent. She no need to go on to Brussels, and she needs to sit there, you know what, down and work. She no need to travel at Jamaica. These people are heartless enough. Believe me, if I could get like 4 people to help me to file the ATIs and start looking at travel expenses, you're gonna find waste and abuse of it. Now, here she's again.
Very, very pleased to welcome the recent update to the travel.
Let me just say something to her. Minister, I don't know what's going on, but you need to really take a little bit more care of yourself, because I don't know what's going on, but folks, you can look at this and see she looks like she's absolutely stressed out. She's absolutely stressed out. Look at her hairstyle, look at her face. I'm being told that there is some cosmetic thing going on. I don't know if it's true. I'd love to ask her, but if I ask, they're going to tell me that it's personal and I should mind my business. But take a look. She just my personal advice to the minister. No disrespect, but there's something going on in your life right now, because you're not looking well. I don't know what's going on. Here we go.
Advisory published by the United States Department of State. As of today, May 29, 2025, the U.S. Department of State has upgraded its classification of Jamaica for the purposes of travel from level 3 to level 2, a classification shared by many much larger and more developed countries than ours. There is as close as a DOMREP Panama, and as far away as Spain, the UK, Germany, and others. They're all at level 2, so we are in good company. This improvement is a timely acknowledgement of Jamaica's continued progress in enhancing public safety as well as the travel experience for visitors. The improved level acknowledges even lower risk levels for visitors, because you would recall that we have shared previously, and Minister Bartlett would never forgive me if I did not remind, that Jamaica is rated as one of, if not the safest resort location in the entire Latin America and Caribbean region, with a Gallup rating of 0.01%. This is something to be celebrated. So as you know, these advisories, they are a U.S. government tool for advising their citizens. They provide their own public guidance, and they are reviewed regularly. At level 2, we understand that those reviews take place annually. So this review will be with us for the next year.
All right. Let's start with the last point first. Level 2 reviewed annually, so our level 2 accomplishment will stay with us for the next year. Now, if I were asking her a question, the question would be concerning that topic. Minister, as Mr. Sauls from the South African Parliament would say, are you sure? Are you 100% sure, as you sit here, that that's true? No, it's not true, people. Look at this. There it is. This is State Department, and they're talking about the levels now 1 through 4. Now look at this. We review travel advisories on a regular basis, 1 and 2 every 12 months. But there's a caveat. There's a caveat right there. See it right there, sir? A travel advisory will also be updated anytime conditions change substantially. This includes when the U.S. government changes its staffing levels or restrictions in a country due to security concerns. Look at the sentence below. Conditions in any destination may change at any time. So yeah, while it's 12 months, they can change it anytime. They can change it anytime. And here is why they could easily change it. Remember this? May 29, 2025, Jamaica level 2, exercise increased caution. Now remember, we talked about this last week where we said that the language in this travel advisory, the 2, is no different from the language in the travel advisories when they were a 3. Same language. So you ask yourself, well, why is it then that it's the same language, but it's a 2? Let me tell you why. Let me just remove this off of this and tell you why. You know why? Remember now, the language is the same in the 3 and the 2. So why is it that it's a 2? Because Jamaica is a bunch of sellouts. A bunch of sellouts. And when I say Jamaica, I'm talking about this government. Bunch of sellouts. Remember in 2016, they sold out the people of the Western Sahara for fertilizer. Make that sink in. We've been supporting the people of the Western Sahara in their fight for autonomy from Morocco. We've been supporting them since 1976. JLP and PNP governments alike. And in 2016, this government said, no, we now follow that. We have a change. And they sold out the people for fertilizer. And we just touched the tip of the iceberg with the fertilizer, how them sell the fertilizer, how them distribute the fertilizer, or fertilizer missing, or them claim that fertilizer spoiled, all kinds of things. We're going to show it. We can't show it today, but we're going to show it. We have the documentation. People of the Western Sahara, they sold them out. Venezuela sold them out. Destroyed the relationship that we could have get oil at a reduced price. And then what happened? The U.S. government turned around and started purchasing oil from Venezuela. And we can't purchase because we destroyed the relationship. Now, if they were smart, they would say to the American government, here's what happened. We destroyed this based on whatever you guys said to us. Because you can't think of any other reason why they would do it, right? So let's assume that the US government pressured Jamaica to do that. Then what Jamaica should have done is they should have negotiated with the United States to say, when you buy oil from them, you sell it to us at the same price that we ordinarily would have gotten it from them because we helped you guys out. That's how politics play or run. That's how you do geopolitics. Somebody says sold out to Israel. I was just about to, Joyce, I was just about to talk about the vote at the UN. When you remember that our ambassador to the UN sat there waiting to hear from the minister and her crew, and that call never happened, and he sat there like an idiot. Never came. And here's the most recent one. Why I believe that it's a tool. The Cuban doctors. They're sending home Cuban doctors. Remember that Minister Tufton was traveling all over the place trying to find doctors and nurses to come to Jamaica. Why? To replace the Cuban doctors. And remember, Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith said that the contract ended last year and they were looking at it, blah, 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 blah. So if it ended last year, why is it that you had people there still working this year? If the contract with the Cuban government ended last year, why is it that you have Cuban doctors and nurses still working in Jamaica this year without a contract? Makes no. The truth shall set ye free, Minister. You know, Minister, that you sold out. You sold out that relationship with the Cuban government for the doctors. That's why you got the two. Because if you look at it, right, the two should be based on, well, Jamaica, because remember what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said. He said, I've looked at your numbers and the numbers are impressive, blah, 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 blah. Well, he looked at your numbers, and here's what he said when he looked at your numbers. Here's what he said. Some areas have increased risk. Consider crime and medical service. What? Consider crime and limited medical services. Read the entire travel advisory. Do not travel to high crime areas. This sounds like something where your crime rate gone down. Listen to this. Listen to the country summary. While violent crime in Jamaica has decreased since 2024, it remains statistically high throughout the country. But then they went beyond the country. And now they're going to talk about the region. Next sentence. Tourist areas generally see lower rates of violent crime than other parts of the country. This goes to what she said, that, tourists, that those areas they see low. They're only concerned about crime affecting tourism. What about the regular Jamaican? What about the regular Jamaican? If you listen to what the Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith said, she was trumpeting the success, that the apparent success of getting it from a 3, the travel advisor from a 3 to a 2, downgraded from a 3 to a 2. But it was all about American tourists. And she said it, that the travel advisor is a tool that the American government uses to advise its citizens when they travel overseas, when they come to Jamaica, that they should or shouldn't. It has nothing to do with the crime rate in Jamaica. They don't care about that. Look at the next sentence. The homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica is among the highest in the Western Hemisphere. Now you tell me that is a tool? And then what did she say? She said, oh, being at a 2 means we're in good company. We're in company with the Dom Rep, with Panama, with Spain, with Germany, with the UK. And as I said last week, go and check for yourself, people. The murder rate for the Dom Rep for last year was 9 per 100,000. 9 out of every 100,000 people were murdered. 9 out of every 100,000. Panama, 10 out of every 100,000. The UK, less than 1. Spain, less than 1. Germany, less than 1. Jamaica, 40. So how do you compare 40 to 9, 10, less than 1, less than 1, less than 1, and say we're in good company, we're 2 with these people? You know, see them people that something wrong with them. Something wrong with them. And look, it goes on to say U.S. Embassy routinely. We don't know what routinely mean. We don't know. Regularly receives reports of sexual assaults, including from U.S. citizen tourists at resorts. And look at the last sentence on the victims of crime. When arrests are made, cases are infrequently prosecuted to a final verdict and sentence. So not only them, I said the crime rate is bad, but you're saying the judicial system is weak. Look at medical care. This is the same language. Same language. Them say you better have money for pay private hospitals up front, and you shouldn't expect the same care of medical care that you get in the United States. And you must buy insurance before you come. And Medicare, Medicaid, they do not apply overseas. That's a program where you can get medical attention. And look at how much it costs: $30,000 to $50,000 to airlift you from Jamaica to the United States so you can get treatment. Remember last week we talked about the lady from the UK whose finger was almost severed because of a reef shark bit her. And then when she went to the hospital, they said that we won't have any doctor to operate on it for weeks. For weeks. And they were more concerned about money. And what she had to do, she had to fly to the UK. Right? And look at this. Look at this. This sound like a tool. Avoid walking or driving at night. Is that what they tell the people in Spain and Germany and the UK and Panama and Dominican Republic? Avoid public buses. Avoid remote places. Do not physically resist any robbery attempt. Be aware of your surroundings and keep a low profile. Is that what they tell those countries? Hell no. And then remember they said at level 2, look at this. I can put it at the top of the screen. Look at that. Specific areas of Jamaica. This is now a level 4. A level 4 means do not go. So while I said Jamaica is a 2, look at this. Level 4. Places in Jamaica you shouldn't go. Let's count the parishes. They say St. Anne's, Steertown, and the Buckfield neighborhood. Near Otorius. What's Otorius known for? Tourism. St. Catherine. So we could count the parishes. St. Anne's, St. Catherine, Clarendon. By the way, sis, me know you watch. I'm going to say it last week. That Sister Maria. Them said don't stop in your parish. And the last week there's a lady who said, why me I beat up her parish? But none of that. And what the US government said. So we have St. Anne, St. Catherine, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, my place, Hanover, St. James, and St. James include Montego Bay, another tourist spot. Then Kingston and St. Andrew. Not 2 parish that. Kingston, capital, Kingston, and then St. Andrew. So that 8 parish that already, right? Manchester, 9. St. Thomas, 10. Trelawney, 11. Westmoreland, 12. 12 out of the 14 parishes, them say, level 4. So some like Clarendon, the whole parish is a level 4. Them said, don't stop at all, driver, just keep going. And then for the other 11 parishes, them are if you notice here, the 2 parishes you don't say, St. Mary and Portland. See it there? See it there? And you come out and you tell people, say, look, see how 4 there now. Do not travel. So, one whole parish and 11 and part of 11 parishes, them say, don't go. But yet still, them say, it's a 2. You know why it's a 2? Because they might tell the Jamaican government, say, anytime we want, we can move it to a 3 or a 4. So whenever we tell them to do something, we know better do it. Them left the same language, you know. Them don't change the language. The language is there. And it's there for a reason. It's a reminder to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and by extension, the government of Jamaica, that if you don't do what we say for do, you go into a 3 or a 4. Parish, one parish already at a 4, and parts of 11 parishes at a 4. So they can easily justify it based on crime. And don't forget, health thing, that's not even a 4, that is a 5. And them don't even have a 5. It's way beyond a 4. So this is what's going on when Athena says geopolitics, people. Jamaica is needed now by the US. Jamaica is needed to help with Haiti, help with Venezuela, help with Cuba, help at the UN, and help elsewhere. If the US government says, listen, there's a vote coming up at the UN, and we need you to vote like this, even if it's against your interest, it's in our interest, and we want you to vote. This Jamaican government is going to go along because of this. They're looking at that if they don't vote. They're looking at a 3 or a 4. They're looking at a 3 or 4. So when you hear she come on, the minister come on and she talk her nonsense, deep down she know that. And I mean, they know I'm speaking the truth. They know I'm speaking the truth. But you know what? Let me jump on here now upon something where producer Jones said. Hold on, go back here. Look at that, people. It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. That is what I, along with fellow bloggers, people involved in social media, that is what we're trying to do. The second part of the sentence, we're trying to convince you that you have been fooled, but it's a difficult task. It's almost an insuperable task. Something very difficult to do, to convince you that you have been fooled. Because you know what? It's easier to fool you, and that's what the government has done. Hear them come out and say, oh, it's a tool, and we're doing this, and we do tourism, and we're the best in the, we're one of, if not the safest destination in Latin America and the Caribbean. And if you notice what she's saying now, destination. She not say country, no. She not say country, because when them say destination, they might talk about tourism. And she even wrong about that. Because you have 16 or 17 countries with a 1 with this. They have 16 or 17 countries with that. Where are this? Where are 2? Exercise normal precautions. Look at 2 say exercise increased caution. And then she come up and tell people all this nonsense. And we, like trained seals, believe the training. We suck up the training and we just keep the ball. We've been taught to just keep the ball right us up on our nose, and we just do it. And the audience clap and say, Ray, the audience of politicians, them clap and say, yeah, we have them now as fools. They're trained seals. That is what they've done. And so, my brothers and sisters, I go back to this. It's easier to fool people than to convince those people that they have been fooled. All of you who support this government, you cannot, most of you cannot say why you really support the government. And the ones who will come out and tell you why they support the government, it's information that was used to fool you. And when we now try to convince you that you have been fooled, we're not cuss we out. Yes, Lance, you're right. Brainwashed, they're brainwashed and programmed. And Lance, we're all brainwashed and programmed. It's just a matter of degree. But there's a difference between brainwash and program for the truth, and brainwash and program for lies. Big difference. So let me remove this. And then there's another thing I want to show all of you. Okay. Here, run up our mouth and say, oh, it's a two. We're in good company with the dumb rep, Panama, UK, Germany, Spain. Look at this. This article came out recently. See that? U.S. cautions traveling to a popular Caribbean hotspot. What's that hotspot? This is June 2nd. This is just 5 days ago. What's that hotspot? Here it is right here. The U.S. Department of State has reissued a travel advisory for Jamaica due to violent crime and limited access to health care. Despite reports of crime declining in Jamaica in 2024, the country maintains one of the Western Hemisphere's highest homicide rates with limited emergency services. There it is right there. This came out. This is a newspaper out in Cleveland, Ohio. It's right there. And they say all the things that I'm saying. They said it in the article. Everything's right there. Everything is right there. Look at this. It says right here. It says they are also barred from entering a number. Let me start this from the beginning of the paragraph. U.S. government personnel, that's people assigned to the embassy and the consulate, are prohibited from using public buses. So them can't take juta. Or driving between cities at night due to safety concerns. The U.S. government personnel, are also barred from entering a number of high-risk neighborhoods across several parishes, including parts of Kingston, Montego Bay, Spanish Town, and the tourism mecca, Negril. The areas are known for gang violence, and the advisory warns that even short visits can be dangerous. This is from a newspaper out of Cleveland, Ohio. Published. All you have to do, people, is Google the title. U.S. cautions traveling to a popular Caribbean hotspot. So them gear 2, but them keep the language for a 3 or a 4, and that is to keep you in your place. And the people over at the ministry, they know this. The Jamaican government, they know this. And so when she come out and talk about it's something to celebrate, there's nothing to celebrate. There's nothing to celebrate. Here she's again. Here she's again.
Yesterday, there was a headline in a particular publication.
And a low, turn up your volume.
Significant public interest, stating that 4,000 Jamaicans were to be returned. Allow me to be clear that 4,000 Jamaicans are not being returned now. For some time...
People, you hear? She never said 4,000 people are not being returned. She add another word. Now. All of you who come around every weekend, want to know what that means. Want to know. Not smart people. Want to know. She never said 4,000 people will not be returned. She said 4,000 people will not be returned now. So what that's supposed to mean? They'll be returned later? Let's continue.
It has been in the public domain that the U.S. authorities had close to 4,000 persons in their records with final orders for deportation against their names. It is now our understanding that approximately 2,500 have been confirmed for removal over a period of time.
Hear that? So it's 2,500 confirmed to be deported. So think about it. You have 4,000, but 2,500 ready to be sent home now. And here's what she said, over a period of time. Now let's hear what that period of time is, because we don't accept them general language there. Here we go.
Of time, over a period of time. to be determined by logistics, their own legal processes.
To be determined by the US government. Be honest and tell the people. We mean logistics or whatever, as if Jamaica have any say in this. Jamaica has no say. When the US government then pack up all of the Jamaicans them like sardines and put them on a plane, make the Jamaicans say, okay, they're not coming. Lindell, them don't know Lindell, man. I know Lindell, I know, you know. And the people who just join us now, like the people who support the government who just join us and understand. I them me a talk to because Lindell, me know so no understand what I go on, you know. Me know no understand what I go on. Make we continue.
And other factors. The return of Jamaican nationals is not a new development. It is not a new phenomenon. For decades, Jamaica has facilitated the repatriation of its citizens under established international arrangements. We receive our citizens when they are returned to us. Just as we expect, and we do, repatriate foreign nationals who commit serious crimes or breaches of our immigration laws, we respect the right of other countries to so do.
By the way, people, ask her what happened to the same-sex couple that Jamaica railed against and said, no, it's against our law. We're not granting credentials, diplomatic immunity and privileges to the spouse of the diplomat assigned to Jamaica. Ask her whatever happened to that. Did they allow the person to come to Jamaica? Did they grant diplomatic immunity and privileges? When you notice, when you hear nothing about that, nothing.
As immigration policies continue to evolve globally.
By the way, there's an ATI pending. I just sent it off yesterday because I send them and ask a bunch of questions and they come back and say, oh, under the ATI, you're not allowed to ask questions. You can ask for documents. So I went ahead and I filed again yesterday and I said, give me documentation evidencing that that this person did not receive diplomatic immunity and privileges. No, we'll see what the response is going to be because I'm asking for a document.
Globally, the government remains committed to honoring our international obligations while safeguarding national security and public safety. To support our returning citizens, recognizing that returnees or deportees, depending on the term that you wish to use, involuntary return migrants, if you work at my ministry, the government has expanded the National Reintegration and Rehabilitation Strategy. On May 5th, Cabinet approved the establishment of a National Technical Working Group on voluntary and involuntary migrants, recognizing...
That's what we're good at. We're good at creating policy. We're not good at implementing them. Go back to a whole bunch of policies, including the gender policy. And I have something to show you next week on the gender policy or what some of the ministries them say. We're very good at putting things on paper, whether it's an original idea or an idea that's copied. We're very good at putting things on paper. We're not good at implementing them. And that's by design. We've chosen not to. We have chosen not to. But yet, we spend money like it a go to style because it's not ours. And we spend money on some of these programs that we put in place, but that we write about, but we don't implement.
That not only is the grouping not homogeneous in and of itself, we now have a subgrouping of those who are returning of their own motion, determining the circumstances in the U.S. to not be where they wish to remain, and those who are being returned, those who have the decision made for them. Very pleased to welcome the recent up.
Let me take that up. Now, what will Jamaica do if and when the United States government says, we're packing up these people on planes and we're sending them to Jamaica? What will the Jamaican government do? What will the Jamaican government do? 2,500. And if they send them over a period of time, and that period of time is like 4 weeks, what will the Jamaican government do? Hear them just listen to how stupid they are. You should just say, we're forming now a committee to look at this. And yet, what you said before, this is people being deported is not a unique feature. This is something that has been going on for a long time. They never see it fit to have a committee at that time. Now they have a committee now to deal with the expected arrival of 2,500 coming to the shores of Jamaica. When? They don't know. Yes, Charmian, they've never have no contingency plan. And yet still, they're just coming up with one now. That's why I tell you, Jamaica is a society that's reactive. It's not proactive. Something must happen, and then they say, okay, let's try and fix it. And they put a Band-Aid on it. They don't believe in prevention. They believe in dealing with a cure. And a lot of times the cure, the so-called cure, is poison. It's poison. Here she is again.
On behalf of the government and people of Jamaica, I warmly welcome and thank the government and people of the Republic of India for this expression of friendship. In fact, as we approach the start of a new hurricane season, the donation is even more timely and valuable. The inclusion of neonatal incubators, solar-powered lanterns, commercial-grade generators, UPS units to ensure operability of medical equipment, refrigerators for medication, oxygen, and so much more. These will significantly enhance Jamaica's ability to respond to natural disasters and health emergencies. The ties between Jamaica and India run deep, spanning over 60 years of formal diplomatic relations and rooted even further in shared history and people-to-people connections, looking at 180 years since the first Indians arrived here. We also share a vision for disaster-resilient development.
Now, let me move this. You hear talking all kinds of nonsense, right? That's the Indian gift. And that Indian gift includes equipment and supplies that should be used now. But it's going to be stored. And it's going to be stored like the fertilizer. And you watch, mark my words. There'll be no accurate inventory of these supplies and equipment. The warehouse will be raided. And God forbid there should be a hurricane in Jamaica. Because you know why? They won't have those supplies and equipment. They're going to come to the diaspora and say, well, we're going to want boat, steel hull boat, and we want speed boat, and we want this, and we want that. And somebody should ask, should it occur? Somebody should ask, what happened to the $60 million worth of equipment you got from India? What happened to it? They're going to come to the diaspora and they're going to ask us. They're going to ask us. Mr. Kevin put up something right now. So is that a video? Let me see it. Oh, there it is. India. Them get the gift from India. See it right there, sir? So they are skin or grin. Now we want to find out now about the plan now how to distribute and utilize the equipment and the supplies. Then we're going to store it. But getting back to the point of the diaspora, them cuss we out when them feel like, and I've heard it. It's a public secret in Jamaica among the elites and the lawmakers that them have no use for the diaspora in Jamaica. Them just want us for the money. That's all. They make promises. Oh, we're gonna put you guys in the Senate. By the way, that's another ATI I have pending. We're going to put you in the Senate and we're going to make arrangements for you to vote. The voting one, I noticed that it's nowhere to be found, nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be heard. But guess what? In 2016, prior to 2016 and shortly after 2016, that was the word. We want the diaspora to be involved and them come up with all kinds of policy. Again, remember, I tell you, they're very good at putting up policies, but they're not very good at implementing the policies. No, I'm going to play you. I said all of that to segue, to move, to turn your attention to this video, because this video is of the former Jamaican ambassador to the United States. Big position, big responsibility. She was here, I think 2010, 11, whenever, and she came back for a second stint in 2016, and she just left this year. Useless. You know, but then you stop. I don't know, maybe me I date myself, but there used to be a comic strip called Useless Eustace. This lady is useless, Audrey. Listen to this.
We have had over 45 years of so many of our intellectual capacity migrating, or intellectual capital. Part of our development process must involve tapping back into that, so that where we have put a focus on remittances, and it's important, the money, if we can get that brain power engaged in our development, it will leapfrog our transformation process. And that's really my ultimate goal.
Ambassador Marks, welcome home.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be back in?
We're going to come back to this. I see my sister in a wait for me to bring her on. So I'm going to cut that video short. But here she talk about tap into the diaspora, right? Tap into what? This woman was more divisive than anyone in recent memory. She came here. You know what? I'm going to play your video and let you hear her role, her responsibility, her job in coming to America. And then you tell me if it was to serve the Jamaican people. Here we go.
We have a very beautiful visitor here today. A very beautiful senator. Labor rights, I want peace. Labor rights are essential. Let us welcome Senator Audrey Marks. Show labor rights.
This atmosphere is like an Olympic stadium.
First of all, she doesn't have a commanding presence, and her language is weak. You got to address people. You've been an ambassador. You've given speeches many, many times over. You're supposed to have a presence when you get up there that people say, yes, this is our ambassador. This is our senator. But what she's displaying here is nervousness. And she said this is her first time on a political stage. It don't matter to me. A stage is a stage is a stage. You just talk up the things.
Minister Omar Davis, that was the best 1 minute performance I've ever seen. But I'm a female, we need a little bit more time. So I hope you can stay with me for at least 5 minutes. And I'm coming from much further. So this evening, this is my first time. It's good to be in West Central St. James with you. There's no more fitting place to be. Because as they say, where the West goes, the rest goes. I'm here to give my support to your Member of Parliament. I'm here to share why I'm choosing the JLP Jamaica. Your Member of Parliament has chosen to serve you. Golding, Prime Minister Bruce Golding reached out to Justice Marlene Malahoo Fort and took her out of the judiciary. And he reached out to me in the private sector, and we both came into service. She went and became the Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I went to Washington as the Ambassador of Jamaica to the United States. We worked very well together. It was a difficult period in Jamaica's history. Jamaica was facing sanctions. We had a diaspora that was not so connected.
When I hear that, we have a diaspora that was not so connected. And here where she are going to do now to make the connection.
To the Jamaica Labour Party. And our job was to reconnect, not so connected.
She said, we have a diaspora that was not so connected to what? To the Jamaica Labour Party. People, listen to her carefully. I'm going to play it again. She did not say we'll find a diaspora that was disengaged, and so we wanted to get them on board because we want to tap into, you know, the educational pool and the financial pool, and we wanted to bring them home. That's what she said in the first speech that I played. But she did on the campaign trail. Listen again to what she said about the people there.
Not so connected to the Jamaica Labour Party. And our job was to reconnect our bilateral relationship and the members of the Jamaican diaspora living abroad. It was not a difficult job for your MP because she's naturally...
Let me stop right there and take her off because we're time ago. Let me move her off of the stairs there. Which part am I find her? Oh, sorry. Yeah. You hear what she said? We found the diaspora was disengaged from the Jamaica Labour Party. So that tells you right there what her job or mission was, to come here and get the diaspora to jump on board with the Jamaica Labour Party, not to jump on board with Jamaica. Coming out of her own mouth. And that's why I'm telling you, she left a chasm here. She came and saw one and she widened the gap. She widened the gap. And that's why you have people who she had some gophers. You know, go for this, go for that, go for that. Minions. But independent thinkers said, no, this woman is not right for Jamaica. And we spoke out to her and about her. And so when she would have her little, Let's Connect, her social media platform, and some of us got on it, she no make we ask no questions. Because she knew what she gonna get. Because that was her purpose, to come here to get people on board with the Jamaica Labour Party. Not to come here and do the work for and on behalf of the Jamaican people at home and abroad. And she was so caught up in the politics that people couldn't get them passport within a certain time period. And there's a problem between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade and the Ministry of National Security, under whose portfolio? PICA, the passport agency. But you know what, we're going to leave it there because we have our sister writer so now, and we don't want to waste the time because she come to talk up the things. So without further ado, you know her, you love her. She's one of us. Our relative, our sister, our friend. Nice like spice. Rosalie. Just call her Rosalie. Don't call her doctor or Mrs. Hamilton or Miss Hamilton. All right. Rosalie, welcome.
How you doing?
I was going to say, I was going, when you say how you do, I was going to say something, but I'll leave it up. I'm great, man. I'm great. Great. Listen, I have read the Advocates Network press release, and I've also read the one from NIA. And they're similar, but in my opinion, yours, the Advocates Network's version goes a bit farther. And I'll tell you why. The one from NIA, which is good, it focuses on Dennis Chung and his appointment. Yours went beyond that because now you're talking about governance. So you talk about, yes, this appointment wasn't done properly. We have issues with it. But then you said this is symptomatic. This is an example of what's been going on and what is going on in terms of our governance structure. So there's an outcry of you telling people, look, we need to get involved with the constitutional reform, because that's where the change is going to take place. Not, yes, you can go out and protest, and that's good and well, but it shouldn't end there. Is my assessment correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, the country right now obviously is in the throes of an election, an upcoming election, and the discussion, unfortunately, is a kind of, are you for or against this appointment? And if you are for it, then you're a JLP. If you're against it, you're a PMP. And it's a muddy water, because the devil always is in the details. There are all kinds of issues. I think our position is basically, let's get more information. It doesn't look good, and there are legitimate questions to ask. And so, you know, we need to get information, full transparency, and so on. But it goes much deeper, because even if the best candidate was selected, even if we had someone that the country was fully confident could give a competent, professional, unbiased decision, the question is that report goes to a minister who is under the control of the prime minister. You know, she's a cabinet minister. And we know that Section 69, subsection 2 of the Constitution makes it clear that the cabinet is running things, controls the government. And therefore, you know, the prime minister is in charge of that body, and he now has to pronounce on the outcomes. And so he is in fact going to have a final say over his own investigation. And of course, if it goes to Parliament, as is required under the Financial Investigations Divisions Act, then he still dominates the legislative process. In fact, as you know, a big part of our constitutional reform discussion is that we have to move away from this dominance of the executive in Parliament over the legislators, so that we can get the legislators, including the majority legislators on the government side, to wade in on these decisions that provide scrutiny of executive action. And if we don't have that, then you have unfettered decisions by the cabinet ministers and the prime minister. And so that structure ought to be concerning to all of us, because it is within that structure this final decision about the finances of the prime minister will be made. And we're saying, hey, this is a crisis, because we've never seen before in the history of Jamaica a prime minister going into an election in which not one, not two, not three, but 4 annual certification of his statutory declarations are outstanding. 4 years. We've never seen that. And we've also never seen 8 parliamentarians being investigated for illicit enrichment. These are the very parliamentarians that we may be voting for, because we don't know who they are. So we see this as a governance crisis. The appointment of Dennis Chung simply highlights this crisis. It's not a new one. And we have had this situation going on for months and years. And I suggest that all of us need to be very thoughtful about this moment. We see it as a defining moment, because the decisions we make ultimately at the election and after the election, it's not just about who takes power, because I think if we don't change this structure, whoever takes power, we will see this issue repeated again and again and again.
First question. Please explain to the audience, why is it that you say that there's a sentence here, effectively by constitutional design, the prime minister will have the final say over his own investigation? How do we get to this?
And that's a good question to pose because it's a long story, and we can start before independence, right? The founders of the Constitution were very deliberate in their contemplation of the powers of the Prime Minister. And when you look at the Hansard and the discussions that were held at that time, what we have is the leader of the opposition and the discussions, let me just say the discussions on both sides of the fence, agreeing that the Prime Minister ought to have the final say on issues. And there are lots of quotes that one could pull out with respect to the statements that were made, but the effect of those statements was that they consciously created a framework in which the Prime Minister had the last say. There was discussions, for example, about the disillusionment of Parliament, whether that should be in the hands of a Governor General. The final design was that that could only happen on the advice of a Prime Minister. So the design of the powers of the Prime Minister was very deliberate prior to independence. It created the framework in which the power that was vested in the governor was transferred to the Prime Minister and Cabinet. And the section I referred to earlier, section 69, subsection 2, that particular provision concretizes that relationship and makes it very clear that the government, the Cabinet, is in control of the government of Jamaica. And then that section talks about responsible to Parliament, but the mechanisms of that responsible, what does that actually mean? Collectively responsible to Parliament is the language of the section 69. What exactly does that mean? And the only meaningful interpretation in a democracy is that Parliament, the legislators, have to hold the executive members of Parliament accountable for their actions. And if that doesn't happen, then there's unfettered control. These ministers and the Prime Minister can get away with anything because there's no higher power. And the power, of course, of the people is vested in the representatives in Parliament. And that's the design of a parliamentary system. Unfortunately, I was in a radio discussion recently, and there was a notion that somehow what we have is a parliamentary democracy. It is not. It is a bastardized version of this parliamentary arrangement. You can't have a parliamentary arrangement in which there's so many cabinet ministers. There is absolutely no framework for oversight. These sessional committees in Parliament were not designed as oversight committees. And so there's no structure and arrangement for that oversight. So that is at the heart of it, and that is what is meant by the idea of it is effectively by constitutional design, because it was a conscious decision. In fact, there's a quote in Hansard where Siaga was agreeing with I think it was the deputy leader of the PMP at the time, Will Isaacs, when he was talking about the power in the Prime Minister and that, the ministers have to tag along. And Siaga's statement was, listen, if you disagree with the Prime Minister, then, you better be careful because there's only one person can rule, And so both the JLP and the PMP, it's important to say, agreed with this design. And so that is what we've inherited. That is what we must fix. And so when we're talking about constitutional reform, we are very clear that we have to tackle this problem of the over-centralization of power in the hands of the Prime Minister. And if we don't fix it, we will have another round. It's just a matter of time. Because one of the things Jamaicans should notice, is that, when people take power, they come and they, very grateful and humble, and they're there to protect the people and to work with the people of Jamaica and all these nice things. But then power, you know what I'm saying? Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yeah, that idea of power gets to their head, and all of a sudden you can't talk to them. You can't talk. I mean, and this is, and you look good. You see it on both sides of the fence. That's historically what we have seen. This idea that you have so much power and you know you have the power, and there are really no constraints on that power if you're a minister. And Jamaicans understand that if your MP is not a minister, you know, so you can't get nothing done. You just know that. Even sometimes you're on the ruling side, right? Because you are not there in the throes of the real decision makers. And so you just have to clear. And one of the interesting observation, Will, is that, you know, when this demonstration took place, I couldn't help seeing the irony. Same place where the Advocates Network was demonstrating, right? And so we, those of us who have no voice, right, demonstrate because we want mechanisms for our voices to be heard. In fact, I heard the General Secretary of the PNP, Dayton Campbell, make that point. We are here because we don't have a voice. We're here for the voiceless, and there are no mechanisms to be heard. And I laugh because I'm saying, among the people demonstrating are our parliamentarians. And they're saying that in Parliament, as a parliamentarian, their voices are not being heard. Is that what they're saying? And so it's very, very striking what has happened, right? And therefore, in other words, they're doing just like us, you know, no meaningful mechanism, so we go and we demonstrate. And so we think, listen, you know, we understand the importance of demonstration in democracy. You know, there's always a call for that, but we can't run a country where every Monday morning you want your voice heard and you demonstrate. You know, you need mechanisms. And we think that those mechanisms include regular scheduled hearings, right, where we can make our voices heard on these issues. This is an issue of national importance, right? We want a fair, unbiased judgment of our Prime Minister. And therefore, this matter ought to be discussed in the public domain where, you know, we have opportunities to weigh in on whether we are confident. Our view is, listen, we see that, for example, the terms of reference of the position for the FID, the Chief Technical Director, it was changed. Why? Why was that changed? Last minute? Like within months of this? So there are legitimate questions about whether that change was to enable this appointment. Now, I think the fairest judgment that I am prepared to give is, listen, let's be transparent, because there may well be a valid reason. Let's hear it, let's understand it, and let's come to a judgment. You know, back in 1924, Will, you may well be familiar with that Lord I think it's Hewitt's judgment. In that case, I think it was Rex and Success Justice, whatever. The point is, he made that famous dictum, right, about justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done, right? Remember that famous case? And, you know, I went back and looked at that case, you know, because the facts of the case, without the details, was very simple. A deputy clerk went into chambers with the judges to deliberate on a matter. And apparently, the facts were such that it was a fairly easy judgment. And the clerk was connected in some way to that, to the plaintiff, right? Or to the parties involved, right? And so the bottom line was that the judges said, listen, the fact that he was not involved in the discussion, he didn't influence the decision in any way, but the idea that the perception that you were part of that decision was just as important as the decision itself. And it's such I had to go back to reflect on it because it brought out a couple of things that we are contemplating right now. The fair and impartial judgment. That's basically the idea that the public need to be reassured that there's objectivity, there's no bias in the judgment, there's no relationships, prejudices that could skew the outcome. And the idea of the transparency and the openness that whatever happened in that room ought to be open to public scrutiny. So people could know. So if there was a video in there and people were reassured that, the clerk didn't really influence the decision, then that could give us comfort. And so we're asking for the same thing. We want to know why those rules were changed, what exactly is the nature of the relationship with the Prime Minister, and so on. If we have adequate information, then I think that this matter could be put to rest. But as I said, even so, even if we have this, there's still this matter of the constitutional arrangement. And so I think what is happening now is that there's no public confidence in the appointment, and by extension, there will be no public confidence in the report and the decision that's made. And that is truly troubling at this important time as we go into an election.
Sam Allen said, must ask you if you can remember one truth the Prime Minister will answer, but don't answer the question. Sam Allen, I'll see your question and I recognize it. But here's the thing now. Here's the thing, sis. Let's going back to the Dennis Chung thing, and I know that you are beyond it because you're saying Dennis Chung is just one aspect of what's going on here, because the thing that we really must focus on is governance, not just the selection. But for those of you who would like to know why is it that Dennis Chung was selected, I have the video to show you why he was selected. And you're going to be, some of you have seen the video, but you're going to be shocked because you probably didn't make the connection. But I'm going to make the connection. Sis, bear with me. I'm just going to show a couple of things, and then I'll play that one video that people have been waiting to watch. Take a look at this.
Yeah, I don't think it's irregular to have 28 bank accounts. In fact, I can tell you, my experience is that if you go into several private sector businesses, you'll find that they have a multitude of bank accounts.
You see this, people who listen to this nonsense, you said if you're going to private sector business, the Prime Minister is not a private sector business. The Prime Minister is an individual with 28 bank accounts. Big difference. And I submit to you that most private sector businesses, they don't have 28 bank accounts.
Some of them inactive, some of them they're using, but people own bank accounts for specific purposes. So it's not unusual for people to do multiple activities. If you're doing multiple activities, then obviously, one of the ways I find that people, especially non-accountants, try to reconcile their business is by having payments through different cash bank accounts. Accountants, for example, might have one account and then you reconcile and adjust between. But many people, it's not unusual for them to do that. So, I heard this story about, or this comment about the number of bank accounts that are out there. And the truth is that I think it's really detracting from what the real substance of the argument should be, which is, what is it that is going through the bank accounts and how much money is in there. Because if I have 28 bank accounts, for example, and I could have $2 million between them. Someone could have two bank accounts and have $500 million between two bank accounts, and that is a greater problem than my 28. So I don't think that the number of bank accounts is something that we really should focus on, because it really has no substance behind it. In fact, there are some times also when you go and do specific transactions with certain institutions, and they themselves will mandate that you open separate accounts. So therefore, sometimes it's not because of your own choosing why you want a new account, but they will say, listen, in order for you to do this product, right, or for you to do this investment or use this checking, this different company, I want another account, or I want two accounts attached to it. So, I hear the argument, but I think that the argument is really a detraction, for example, I think from what the substantial situation should be, which is really the transaction itself. And I'm trying to understand what is the investigation around the number of bank accounts. What are you going to achieve with that?
You see why this man is a jackass, and I'll say it without any reservation, because the Integrity Commission put out a report. This is not in a vacuum when we hear about it. I'm sure he read it, or if he didn't, he should have read the report. And if he read the report, he would have seen the substance that he's asking for. Here is another video.
Everybody qualified, some of them run up Kamina says it's just an accountant. I don't disrespect to say man is just an accountant. Me a doctor, other people are doctor, but I can't get up and go do what one neurosurgeon supposed to do. Not because he called me a doctor, because he has specialized training. You think me could have get up and put me as the president of the Neurosurgery Association? They couldn't do that. Because that is not my training, despite me being a doctor. So him being an accountant means he can't get anyone. We then realized that they took out the requirement that you have to have 12 years experience in law enforcement and 5 years in senior police, senior leadership. He don't have that, so they take out that so he could get the job. Hold on. You know, say that is bad. What are the worst part? You know, say it get worse. Lord God Almighty, it get worse. It get worse, you know. We are now reliable info that somebody, a super SSP, what is it? Senior superintendent of police. Yes, SSP. An SSP that worked there before applied for the job and they never give me. Well, let me tell you what I do so you can understand the character of what we are talking. Not only did he work there before, he spent 3 years as the head of the National Intelligence Bureau, the NIB. He also spent time as the head of the Transnational Crimes and Narcotic Crimes Division. And that's the kind of and that's the kind of person we want to lead something like the FIB. Amen. This JLB administration, this JLB government decided that somebody that served the FIB before did 3 years at NIB and worked at Transnational and Narcotics Crime Division as the head with them international contacts and relationships. They refused that person from getting the job and they gave the job to somebody who said no wrong with what the Prime Minister do. It can't work in Jamaica. We are going to protest it every single day until that change.
Remove that. So you hear what Deaton Campbell was saying, that there was another person, there's another person who applied for the job, far more qualified than Mr. Chung, and he did not get the job. Now, what the government has done is say, well, we had nothing to do with it. There was a process over at the Office of the Services Commission, and that process was followed. Well, we learned from watching all of the people who were on here, so we're there with where we started. We learned that based on what happened last week when we played the South African clip in the Oversight Committee, that a process can be flawed. A process is not gospel. Just because somebody make a process 50 years ago, it necessarily means that the process is good now. But here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to play a short video. You hear from Deaton Campbell about somebody else being involved that should have gotten the job or should have been considered, maybe wasn't considered. And then you hear from Mr. Dennis Chung himself saying, well, I don't see anything wrong, nothing spectacular about 28 bank accounts. And I've heard some other interviews with him saying that with the nil filing for the companies, there's nothing wrong with that. Blah, blah. So you have somebody who's going into a job with this mindset. Now keep in mind, the Integrity Commission referred the investigation to the FID based on an agreement, a memorandum of understanding between both agencies as per the law. There is an agreement between them. So they forwarded it. And why did they forward it? They forwarded it because they said the Prime Minister was not cooperating as far as the investigation concerning illicit enrichment. And we couldn't get any information from him. Now, I fault them because they could have gone to court and forced his hand. They could have gone to court by themselves and gotten a court order forcing the Prime Minister to comply. What would have happened then is the Prime Minister no one comply. So then he would have now have to go to court and fight against that. Now think about the optics of it. When people say, well, wait a minute, they go court for the Prime Minister cooperate and the Prime Minister no want cooperate. Something wrong. But they didn't do that. Instead, they choose a less controversial thing to do, which was to just say, you know what, he's not cooperating. We're going to push it over to FID. Let FID handle it. And then we know what happened since then. FID has less than a third of its allotted employees working. So nobody know what if you do an investigation. And now we have this gentleman who's over there. Here is the reason why I think that Mr. Dennis Chung was sent over there. We know that he's not qualified. And we know his bias. Here is the reason why he was sent there.
Time come. Some are going to charge for corruption. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Mr. Mark Golding told the Prime Minister in so many words that when the election over, guess what happened? We are going to put somebody over there who's independent and objective and can look at the facts. At least that's what we're led to believe. And that person is going to look at you like any other person referred over there for investigation. They're not going to come and say, well, then we don't have nothing wrong with the prime, we don't see nothing wrong with the 28 bank account, we don't see this, we don't see that. That is what caused them to suddenly say, okay, you know what, I better put somebody over there now. Because think about it, people. Think about it. Follow on the boy. Follow on the boy. The vacancy, Selwyn Hayes left last March. Not this March, last year March, right? There's been an acting since then. And the Prime Minister never saw it fit to say, listen, we need to get somebody over there. And we need to get somebody over there quickly. No, the acting was there. And then when this statement came out, shortly after, we hear, oh, this person is going over there. Because them start put it in the works already that we need to get somebody over there so that if we lose the election, we can't afford to. And then remember now, this person is going over there on a contract, I think for 5 or 7 years. And I'm not sure if the Prime Minister can move him. But if I were the Prime Minister, there are ways they can move people and have them just leave. There are ways they can do it. I need to play this one more time so I understand. Make this sear now in the mind why the Prime Minister put this man over there.
Time come. Some are going to charge for corruption.
There you have it, people. That's just my take on it. Some are going to charge for corruption, and that some, we know what that means. It's an individual. And so the individual decided, you know what, this can't happen. And then all of a sudden, the Services Commission, remember now, they changed the requirements, because last year, November, what was the requirement? You must have 12 years of law enforcement experience, 5 at the senior level. This gentleman doesn't have it. Mr. Chung doesn't have it. And then this year March, they put out the second posting, and now the law enforcement piece is gone. But guess what? The FID is a law enforcement agency. So if there's one thing that the person should have, is some law enforcement background. And that's not the case. So now he's sitting over there, and he's in charge of all of these investigations, including the one concerning the Prime Minister. And we don't even know what's going on over there, because remember, we have a court case. And we don't even know if they just say, you know what, let's put a pause on it and wait for the court to resolve the matter, issue directions, and then we can move forward. Instead of going ahead and start doing investigations, only to find out, based on a court decision, that we shouldn't have been doing it. Or what we did, we have to just unravel, we have to reverse the whole thing, just shut down the investigation. So that's where we are. Sis, over to you.
Well, like everything else, the political platform is ripe with talk, and this is an issue to campaign on, and I'm sure they're going to do the campaigning on it. I just urge Jamaicans to look beyond this issue, because there are many similar issues that we see, and focus on what we need to do to ensure that we have a different constitution, a different structure of government and governance that can yield better outcomes. I just saw yesterday our economy has declined by 0.8%. People are hurting. And, we have to quickly, after all the excitement of this election, whatever the outcome is, we have to get back to, do we have the best arrangements to give us the kinds of outcomes that we want? We need an arrangement that will, unleash our creative potential and, help us to find a way out. And I think that we shouldn't get caught up. I mean, obviously, we encourage, in our press release, we encourage Jamaicans to go out and vote. This is something we absolutely need to do. This trend of, 37% people voting has to stop. In fact, I did a little research and found out that we are way below the average voter turnout among parliamentary democracies in the world. The average is about 60%. And, 37 is not good at all. And so this is a moment where we all need to wade in on our future. And we suggest that it's not just about voting, because, we've been doing that, I think, for the past 63 years. Over the years, we voted and hoped and prayed that our elected officials would do the right thing. But in a sense, if the framework in which they are functioning doesn't enable them to do the right thing and to, do the things that strengthen the kinds of directions and issues we want. I mean, we can continue to shout and say and hope that our officials hear us. But if we begin to decentralize the structure of government, we begin to put structures in place at the community level, rethink our local government arrangement, and really have mechanisms there, that's where these decisions affect our lives. When we, again, I always love your background, Will. You're constantly reminding us of the realities of a Waterhouse, right? Unfortunately, many homes continue to look like that today. And we have to find ways to hear from people who live in those circumstances. What kinds of alternative arrangements can be put in place? And I have the view that we have to make it up. We have to trust that our people can find the answers. And I think if we begin to move in that direction, it will yield better outcomes for us. I am sorry, I don't want to wallow in this decision, because, a lot of it is guesswork, a lot of it is speculation. We need the facts. And I think we've called for them to, the Public Service Commission, to explain their decisions in changing the terms of reference, talk about the issue that Campbell spoke about with respect to the acting position, why was that candidate not suitable, and so on. And I mean, once we hear, I think we're all reasonable people. Yes, some of us are actively biased one way or the other because we want our party to win, and that's understandable. We're in an election mode, and if we're wedded to a party, then I understand that. But in all of that, we have to be fair. We have to be fair to the individuals involved, and we have to ultimately be fair to the Prime Minister, because a lot is at stake. And he needs to get his day in court, or a set of decisions that give him the best judgment, so that we can all feel confident on the outcome. And I think this arrangement now, with all these questions, is really not fair to him nor to the people of Jamaica.
Let me just show this picture. It's the picture. You see the person next to the Prime Minister riding bike. That's Dennis Chung, people. So it's not somebody we don't know. This is somebody know. Get that close to the Prime Minister and go up on a bike ride with him. None of you outside, none of you watching right now would get this close to him or get a bike and go ride with him. No. Let me big it up again so I can see Mr. Dennis. Mr. Dennis Chung and the Prime Minister. I'm going for a nice bike ride. And who knows what the conversation was about. Boy, Dennis, we need some help over there saying no. This is just a parody. This is just a satirical look at it. So I'm going to want to go on and say, boy, Rattigan say, then go up on the bike ride. The Prime Minister tell him, say, boy, I want some help on him. No. But this is just something to show you. Let me show you something else. Let me big up. Hold on a second. Where is it? Let me big up Shirley. She sent me this. And it brought back memories for me. Really brought back memories. I hope it's the right video. Look at this. Brings back so many memories, man. Chills up my spine. Listen, Shirley, man, thank you again for sending it to me. Big up yourself. Now, since they are talking about constitutional reform, the bigger picture, and like I said, I have to give you thanks, sis, because I was just focusing on like individual aspects of constitutional reform until you came on the program and said, no, brother, it's bigger than that. And that's why it's so important, people, for all of you to show up in 2 weeks' time for the reconnection rally. And since we'll talk about that, I spoke to a couple of your colleagues this week about it, and I have to get a chance to talk to you. Because it's about civics, it's about how you see yourself as Jamaican. More than just one issue. It's the totality of all of the issues. And in so saying, let me play this one video that explains something that sis just talk about the voting thing and how you see yourself as a Jamaican in the process.
Other day, I'm not just a citizen of Jamaica. As a citizen, it's telling you where you belong. I am more interested in looking at this problem through the lens of an owner. It is actually true that all that money in the bank belongs to us. All the government's assets that the Auditor General is talking about, this thing named government, is really the people's. That's the first thing. I'm an owner. The second thing is I have to look at it through the lens, not just of a voter. Yes, I sat. There's an election coming up. That election is actually a hiring mechanism. I am employing 63 public officials who have to step aside, and we have to revisit who. So if I'm employing them, that makes me what? An employer. As an employer, I don't have the responsibility of a voter. A voter has one thing they have to do really almost every 4 to 5 years, dip your finger. But an employer has to be paying attention what? Far more often than that. And the last thing is, I am not just a taxpayer. A taxpayer is the person who Parliament write a law and say, you have to give me this. I see it as I am a financier, because everything that the government is going to do, I am financing it, and I want a return on my money, because that is what a financier wants. So Jeanette and the team at JAMP sees themselves as owners, employers, and financiers. So when I'm a financier and I hear that Barita or whoever is fooling around with my money, I'm going to hold somebody to account. How are the citizens going to do this? How are you going to make your voice heard? There are many ways. And call me the fool that I be, but I've been paying attention to governance in Jamaica for 15 years, and I sat every single time the people of Jamaica lean in and say, it nah go so. It does not go so. So who is really at fault here? Is it the employee, the 63 parliamentarians, or the employers? They are waiting for us to lean in on this matter, and there are several ways to do it. And I'm just going to share with you one way that JAMP has come up with. What people don't understand, and you're young in this thing as a politician, I said, but I've had politicians, one in particular who has been in this
Teach
a
me.
long time. And I'm afraid to say, I sit down having a drink with him at Acropolis one day. And he said to me, Jeanette, the people think we don't listen enough. We listen and we watch everything. I said, really? He said, yeah, man. You think we don't watch it? You call a call-in show, we are listening. You write the editor, we are listening. You only think we're not listening. So I'm saying to the Jamaican people, find any way you're comfortable to raise your voice. But JAMP has come up with a way which I think ISAT could be a game changer. And I'd like to ask Will if you could just put.
There you go. That's Jam's perspective on Jamaicans, that you're not just a voter, you're a financier, you're an owner, and you're an employer. And remember this saying, folks, remember this one we put up? It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. You have been fooled, you collectively, all of us, we've been fooled that we're only voters. We've been fooled for decades that we're only voters. We only need to show up once every 4 or 5 years. And so now our job has become increasingly difficult, and that is to convince you that you have been fooled, that you're not only voters, where your requirement is every 4 to 5 years you dip your finger in ink, but that you're also a financier, that you're also an owner, and that you're an employer. That is very difficult for us to convince you that you wear those hats. You hear it, but you know what they say? Bad habits are hard to break. And you have this bad habit that has been imposed on you by these people in power, that you're only a voter. That is where we are, people. And that's why we struggle and we fight and we claw, we do all of these things so that we can educate you, so that you can become, if nothing else, an informed voter. If you have to use the word voter, you want the word informed in front of it. So you know that you wear all of these other hats and that you have the power. And so when our sister here, Rosalia, when she talks about the constitutional mechanism, constitutional reform, and to raise the issue about the bastardized version of government that we have, we need to pay attention. We need to pay attention. For some of us, it sounds foreign. But guess what? It's not so foreign at all because we live it every day. It's just that it's hard for us to convince you that you've been fooled because you've bought into this over the decades. And so we become diehard what? Not diehard owners, not diehard financiers, not diehard employers. We become diehard voters. And when I say diehard voters, not diehard in the sense that we rush to the polls, because you heard 30-something% voted the last time. Just that diehard in the sense we don't look at the issues. We look at the party. Therein lies the problem. Look at the issues. And I've raised the issues from 2016 because I've been doing this. I'm Johnny come lately. I've only been doing this like 3 years. And I've raised the issues. And I've said people are needed to understand this. And I've tried to teach the idea of how to ask questions, how to prepare yourselves. And that initiative is going to continue because I will not stop until I can get you to start thinking about yourselves in the scheme of governance of Jamaica as a voter, financier, employer, until I can get you to do that. My job will be finished. It's over to you.
Yes, well, I fully agree with my sister Jeanette. I want to suggest that the easy role is the vote because, you just turn up one day and you vote. And in fact, the investments, we don't really have a choice as long as we pay taxes, we have to invest. But that role of ownership and you being an employer is very, very important. That's not a simple one day event. And if you are running a business, you don't hire a manager to run your business and then you sit back and watch the manager mash up your business, make bad decisions, and you just sit back and watch and complain. That's not what you do. There's a lot invested in that business. And so it is this idea of an active engagement. That's what a democracy is built on. And if we think about it, we recognize that if we are not actively engaged as owners of Jamaica, employing watching over, scrutinizing, engaging our representatives, helping to shape the rules that guide how we build this business, how we build this country. If we don't do that, then we are indirectly, unconsciously, unthinkingly fostering an autocracy. Some argue a kleptocracy, right? And it may not be our intention, but when we step back from the political process, when we don't vote, what we're doing is creating this vacuum that others will fill. They are effectively taking the power that you clearly don't want because you're not exercising it, you're not getting involved, you just haul yourself one side, say, boy, I can't bother with politics dirty, I can't bother with that. And the more that idea seeps into the psyche of Jamaicans, the more we indirectly, unconsciously, unthinkingly foster an authoritarian society. Because the people who take power and understand that you don't really care, you don't want to vote, you're not getting involved, you're not questioning them, and them run the thing exactly how they want it run. And to be fair, they may think it's the best decisions because they're not hearing from you. They're not, you're not engaging. So they may mean well, but are making bad decisions because those decisions do not affect you, do not impact you, and they are not of you. If we're talking about a democracy, we're talking about a government for the people, by the people, of the people. The people are central. So, I don't know what else to say, Will. I hear your pain. I respect the idea that every week you pong in. I mean, I'm going to communities, I'm talking in whatever spaces I can. I think the message is getting out there. Just today I heard from a young woman that I really admire. She very, very bright young lady. And, she said, boy, yes, she's hearing. From the ground, people are really saying, yeah, they're waking up and people are going out and registered to vote and willing to vote and so on. And that's what we have to do. Keep pushing, keep fighting, keep making our voices heard, and keep, making sure that, we don't give up.
Big up Bobby Finzi Smith. Him said, don't they realize that numerous bank accounts with dubious source of funds is regarded as a red flag to money laundering? That's true. In my world, it is a red flag to money laundering. Not saying that it is money laundering, but it's a red flag. It's worth looking into. And you look into it, you never know what you're going to find. But we know that Integrity Commission looked into it and they saw some things that were troubling, and they asked the Prime Minister to further cooperate with them, and he said no. And that's in the report. It's not Rattigan saying that the Prime Minister tell them that. No, it's in the report. You can go and read the report for yourselves. And as a result of that, they said, look, we can't continue with this. Let's refer it to FID. And that's exactly what they did. And then there was there's somebody who was asking me to ask you a question. There's some, I don't see it. Oh, so can you ask your guest when the people of Jamaica decided on this so-called democracy she speaks of?
That's a good one. Let me say, let's be clear what we mean by the term democracy. There are many ways to define it. Yeah, I like to think about these as values that we, ideals that we want, and I would suggest that our foreparents fought and died for those values. Central to that is that concept of freedom, self-determination, the right to speak, the right to assemble, our right to vote. We had to fight for. We only got it in 1944. Now, you may not want to call that democracy. You may want to call it rights. But there are a body of rights that are part of this concept we call democracy that are very important. Now, we call the same thing democracy. Other countries call it democracy, but organize a society in which they are constantly racist and discriminatory to a set of people, but they still call it a democracy. Now, we can get into the discussions about, what is a real democracy. And I think the point I want to make is that the concept of democracy, the idea of democracy, involves ideals that our foreparents fought and died for. And I see myself as continuing that fight out of respect. I mean, a lot of Jamaicans I hear talking about, they keep at them mouth and them not talk because them afraid and all that kind of thing. I say, hello, let's wake up and remember what our foreparents did. They knew that if they fought against the system of slavery, they would die. There was no questions asked because every Monday morning they saw somebody hanging from a tree, right? No, they fought. They didn't just accept it. They didn't keep out their mouth. They fought. Some did, but some didn't. And they were bold and fearless in that fight. Now, whether we call it democracy, I like the term jamocracy because it is those values that are embedded in our history that we want. We want the right to self-determination. For our entire history, somebody determined our future. Somebody set the economic and social context in which we live. We never had that right. One of the things I'm fighting for is community rights. The right for communities to make decisions about how they want to live, how they want to operate, right? And it's so when I use the term democracy, I'm talking about that bundle of rights, right? That is different than a dictatorial society or a monarchical society in which an individual or a few makes the decisions and imposes them on the society. That's not the kind of society I want, and therefore I am definitely embracing this concept, and we can discuss whether we actually have a democracy. And I would say that we have a fledgling democracy, an emerging democracy. We have some elements, but we don't have a lot. And representative government is an important part of these democratic ideals. And given the current structure of government, our representatives are not representing us. They go to parliament and they typically represent the parties that to which they belong, and less about the people from which they who elected them. So I think there's a lot of discussion we can have around the democracy, but I want to say that it is those values that our foreparents fought and died for that I am fighting for.
No, sis, I go back to this thing here. And I'm trying to, in my quiet times, it percolates in me, and I'm trying to figure out what's the best way of trying to convince people that they have been fooled. Because when I go back and I look at the 2016 manifesto and I look at the 2020 manifesto and I see all of the promises there, well, stand corrected, I see all the unfulfilled promises. I'm saying to myself, don't people understand this? But then some of my friends, they say, well, a lot of people don't read. Jamaica was once a society that was very literate, where people read everything they could get their hands on. Now, we rely on social media to a large degree for our education. And so people are not reading. The question I have for you, sis, if this is true, that it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. And I believe it's true. If not for you, give me some advice. How do I go about convincing our people that they have been fooled? How do I do that?
Well, I don't know if you need too much convincing about that particular point, because the lived reality of many Jamaicans makes it very evident. Because the lived reality is that promises were made that were not kept. The lived reality is that, they see developments and activities taking place that are not necessarily in their interests. And they can feel and experience that they're not necessarily better off. However, it is what you do with that is the convincing. I think that's where I think that's what we were talking about earlier. How do we begin to get people to move from that lived experience and understanding that they may be fooled, or that they have there's a misconception about expectations and the kind of outcomes that people expected? How do they move from that to doing something about it, pushing the society in the direction that it wants? In the final analysis, this concept of a society for the people, by the people, of the people is at the heart of this so-called democracy that we're talking about. And if it is that we can't have a say in making these decisions that impact us, that's a problem. But what is important is that we must want to have a say. And I think that therein lies the issue. How do we get people to want to get involved? And it comes back to the point that Jeanette was making about how we see ourselves. Do we see ourselves as owners? Do we see ourselves as employers? And it's that shift that I think needs to happen.
You see, like Joycelyn said something in the chat. She said that, yeah, but how do you convince somebody when people come around and give you a bun with them picture upon it, or them give you money at election time? Because we vote with our stomachs, and we vote survival. We don't vote life, we vote survival. We're just surviving. So when them come around and them give you a bun, and them give you, and sometimes, and the bun come without cheese, by the way, people, and them give you a bun, and then them give you some money during the election time. How do you convince somebody that, look, this 5,000 that you're getting, you're giving somebody a job where they're going to make millions for years? You get this 5,000 one time, and how long you think it's going to last? It's not going to last long. I'm struggling with that. Am I making enough impact? And the reason why I ask is because I'm trying to figure out a way where I can create more impact, so that more people will come to the understanding that owner, employer, financier, voter, that they see themselves in all of those four categories.
Yeah. Well, there are a couple of things. I think one, we have this phenomena where people will take the gifts and eat them out, so to speak, right? We've seen that election after election. People will put on these election colors and whatever, eat out whatever they can. They'll take all these gifts, but they'll do something else at the polls. So there's that. But I want to make this other point, that the people who are benefiting directly from the politics, they literally get tangible benefits, not just financial benefits, educational opportunities for their children, health benefits, etc., because they're connected to the party and the party take care of them, right? Many of them are not necessarily going to be persuaded. I don't think this is about logic. I think this is fundamentally about, I'm in an arrangement that benefits me, and I'm going with that. And I think at the core of both parties, you have that. But I don't think that you can define the 60 to 70% of Jamaicans who are not voting in that way. A big reason they're not voting is that they're not wedded to either party. They're not convinced that either political party will yield a significantly different outcome, and they withdraw. So I think that it's that 60 to 70% that we need to engage, because many are not active and they're also not voting, and we know that we have the evidence suggests that. So they're the ones who, let me say, may have the time to listen to a program like yours. I can say there's a couple of people in Jamaica who neither interested in either side, and you will never get them to sit down and engage. Why? Because they're out there hustling. These are the small business people. These are people who literally are working sometimes, 6 in the morning, right back to 6, 7 o'clock at night. Some of them in paid jobs, by the way. And I've been very distressed every time I talk about it, because there are people who literally are in jobs and those employers are breaking the law, but they have to turn up those ungodly hours and work late and are not getting overtime, right? So you have people who are fully occupied in their jobs or their business, and they don't have time. They don't have time. So I think we have to find people who are open-minded enough, and that's a big chunk of our society. You know, I think it's true to say that 20% on either side of the political fence is fairly, most of them are wedded, right? And you have a good 60%, and it could be as much as 70%, because some people will vote, of course, either side, that we can convince. And I think that logic is going to matter. I think opportunities for engagement will matter. And very importantly, the rich, also fake information that exists on social media. People are being educated. Unfortunately, sometimes the fake news makes it difficult to discern, and so people get drawn down, some wrong paths. But there is information being let out, being shared publicly, and people are learning. So I am optimistic. I don't. And let me also say too, when I look back at our history, when there was no social media, where, many of our people, most of our people were not educated, we found the answers. We created and invented those answers. And that creative potential and that willingness to try, turn yarn and make fashion, right? That still exists in the Jamaican society. And I think that, let's support and encourage our people to find our own way. I'm not disillusioned that we won't make the right decisions.
All right. Sis, before you go, because that's the lawman come in. Here's Conrad asking, and Conrad, journalist extraordinaire from 97, New Stock. He has a program every Monday and Tuesday. He's saying, please ask Professor Hamilton about the Prime Minister of Jamaica spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to go and hand out one house to a poor person for phone.
Yeah, I'm troubled when I see that, because this is not a personal gift from the Prime Minister. These houses, to the best of my knowledge, are funded by Jamaican tax dollars. And while the administration would take some share of the responsibility for the policies that yield it in the context of election, it is coming over too much as if this is a personal gift or this is a JLP gift, and so on and so on. And I think one has to be it's very distasteful for me. We've seen it in close to campaigns. I think the last campaign we saw something like that in St. Thomas over fertilizers or agricultural products and so on. This is really, really a no-no. And let me also say that these are the issues that should be investigated by a political ombudsman, right? There's a thin line being drawn between, prime ministerial government outcomes of policies and what can be seen and interpreted as, this is what I did for you, or what my party did for you, and using taxpayers' dollars, and I think one has to be really very careful.
Yeah, Janet Mona, she said it several times.
That drop to that line.
She said that if you take the money and don't vote for them, they will take care of you, and you better believe it. And that may be that's a real fear, I suspect, on the part of many Jamaicans. So that's something that they have to deal with. Sis, look, it's a pleasure always having you on, because you bring so much knowledge and you leave us always smarter than you greet us. And I just want to thank you, and I want to give you the floor for any closing comments you have.
Yeah, well, thank you for the work you continue to do. These are difficult times. I think that, we urge Jamaica in our press release, and we urge Jamaicans in the diaspora to engage with us at this difficult moment where we have to make some decisions about our future. And it's not just about the election, because we expect, and I'd be very disappointed if either political party that wins will not continue some constitutional reform process. And that's where I'm much more hopeful, because I think if we can provide a reset to the legal foundations of our country, that can enable us to create something closer to this democracy where, you know, we are in charge, our will can be heard, and we can shape decisions that affect our lives. I think the more we move in that direction, the better. And so I think it is there that I want to encourage Jamaicans to be truly active. Okay, you're fed up of these two political, whatever it is, you know, that may be your view. But when it comes to the Constitution, you can't be fed up. This would be the first time in our history, if we get an opportunity to wade in on these decisions, and therefore engage the conversation, make your voice heard, and hopefully together we can create a different constitutional arrangement that can enable us to have different outcomes.
A few more seconds before you say, so that our will can be heard. I mean, I think about me, Will Rattigan. So that our will can be heard.
I didn't say will be heard.
Let me put up the press release. Someone in the chat, they were asking, where can we find Advocates Network? I made some notes on it, but here is the press release, and that's Advocate Network. Hold on a second. Let me get you we go down to the bottom so that you can
Yes,
see.
and you can show the Advocates Net Gmail email address.
Right.
You can send us an email. I hope it's there. Oh dear, I don't see it.
No,
All right.
not
So
but
it's
they have phone numbers.
yes, the phone numbers are there. Those are the numbers for the co-chair and our PR person. But it's better to send an email. I don't want you all to flood them with text.
Where are you located on social media?
We're all virtual. We're all virtual. And so if you send us an email at advocatesnet, so it's advocates with an S, NET, at gmail.com. advocatesnet@gmail.com.
Let me ask OT. I know you're in the OT. Can you put that up, please, in the chat? Advocates Net. Is it
Yes.
Advocates Net at Gmail?
Advocates Net, yes. Advocates,
Advocates with an S. Advocates Net.
Yeah,
That's Gmail.
ADVOCATES net, NET, at gmail.com.
All right.
All right.
OT just put it up. People, if you look the last entry, OT at 6:20, you see the platform, the email address there.
Yes. Net. Dot gmail.
No,
there's no dot.
There's no dot.
Yes, there's not a dot at Gmail. It's at Gmail.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to fix that. Yeah.
Make that change for me, please, OT, and just make it advocatesnet
at
gmail.com.
Yeah, and I hope you can drop that link for our provisions around the Constitution. I think you have that, Will. Where we have our approach to the constitutional reform. And
Can you send it to me again, please?
All right, I'll send it to you in the WhatsApp now. And
right.
It would be very good if you could. Yeah, because we really want Jamaicans to recognize that, here is an approach to the Constitution. We are not saying all of it is correct, and we don't expect that all of you are going to agree with everything. But what we say is that if you agree with the broad direction, and what we call it is a people-centered approach to our constitutional reform, and we've put in the discussion the kinds of issues we're talking about, much of which I've talked about today. For example, the decentralized approach to governance, right? And so it is those kinds of, different structure of government that we can empower communities and so on that will matter. So that's laid out in the document. I'm kind of looking for it quickly. And we hope that, you will look at it closely and support us. I'm going to send it to you right now, Will.
Right. And
And just if you could drop that in the chat, we would very much appreciate that.
No worries.
All right. So it's in the chat now, your chat.
All right. It's in the chat.
All right. But it's always a pleasure being here. And, I want to thank you listeners for tuning in and, continuing to engage the rich discussions. But, we're in this kind of, people call it silly season, but I have a colleague who calls it a serious season. It is a serious season. It's a season when we have to make very important decisions. And so we do hope that you can encourage your family in Jamaica if you don't live in Jamaica. Many of you in the diaspora, I know that you have Jamaicans living in Jamaica who are listening to your program, to really get involved. Give us a read of the document. It is a response to the constitutional reform bill that was tabled in Parliament in December of last year. And we have documented our approach to what we saw and our views about it. And we want to encourage people to support or tell us that you disagree. That's fine. And we want to be able to ultimately present this to our members of Parliament and engage the discussion. We're not going to allow the constitutional reform discussions to die. We're now in the throes of elections, so there's a kind of pause, but we are continuing the education process, the engagement process. We're listening to Jamaicans, trying to understand what people want, and we're encouraging people to think about the Constitution differently.
Okay. Sis, do me a favor, if you could just send me the link, if you could send it to me by WhatsApp as well, because I don't see it in the chat.
Oh, okay. You sure? I'm seeing it there. I will send it by email.
If you send it to me by WhatsApp, then I can just have Kevin.
It's there by WhatsApp. I sent it to you.
Oh, you sent it to me by WhatsApp. Okay.
I sent it to your WhatsApp.
Yeah, I see it. Sorry about that.
You seeing it now?
Yeah, I'm seeing it now.
Okay, right.
I'll send it off to Opal and Kevin and Joan so that
and let me also say to your listeners that we do ongoing regular engagements around the Constitution online. We do face-to-face discussions as well. We've been meeting with several groups, and we're also doing online discussions. So if you fill out that form, that is a Google form that the link that will be dropped. I hope you'll see it. Then you will, if you fill that out, then and you tell us, you're interested in the ongoing conversation, then we'll invite you, and we'll have a chance now to. And we've had good speakers on. Jeanette is also part of the group, Daniel Archer, and others. We've had people like Gordon Robinson, who's been on. We've had Peter Espute, and we're engaging people who are part of this national conversation around our Constitution, and just having a chat so that we can have you can speak, share your own views, but also ask questions as well.
All right, sis. Well, look, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Next meeting.
All right, great. I see you have the form there. Thank you so much. I look forward to the responses for your listeners, and thanks again for having me.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. Yes, folks, that was the illustrious Professor Rosalie Hamilton. Just call her Rosalie, all right? She prefers that. But see, this is the kind of discussion that we have around here, We don't really talk about people so much. We talk about ideas, unless the people are part of the ideas. But let me just show you something. I'm bringing on Lawman Lynch now, our brother who's running for election in New York. But I see a lot of you talking about the Prime Minister and lady never shake him hand or whatever. We could just show it so that those of you who did not see it, take a look at it now, please.
On the Google map, it's Sterling Castle, but we are popularly known as Charlemont Farm.
Well, listen, thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This community What's the name of the
On the Google map, it's Sterling Castle,
Sterling
but
Castle.
we are popularly known as Charlemont Farms.
Well, listen, thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This community. What's the name of the
On the Google map, it's Sterling Castle,
Sterling
but
Castle.
we are popularly known as Charlemont Farms.
Well, listen, thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This community.
That's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Some people might say it's deserved, you know, but that's her right. She doesn't have to shake his hand. There is no law that says you must shake your prime minister's hand. So if she doesn't, you know, she didn't feel like shaking his hand, that's her right. It's her right. But it's an embarrassment for our prime minister. You know, people want to grab our prime minister and hug him and shake his hand and show the appreciation and say, this is our leader. And here it is a lady who's just, she's perfectly fine with just saying, yes, sir. And to tell him whatever information he was seeking, she provided the information to him. And she just said, that's it. I don't want to shake your hand. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. All right, folks, listen. We have with us now our brother, Lawman Lynch. Some of you remember him. Well, most of you should remember him. He's been on the program before. And he's doing yeoman's work in terms of trying to represent the people in a certain part of Brooklyn. At least, actually, it's part of Brooklyn where I'm from. But I can't vote for Lawman because I'm not registered to vote. So he's here now, and he's going to talk to you about what's going on. But I don't know, Lawman, if you want me. But you know what? Without further ado, let me bring on Mr. Lawman Lynch, ladies and gentlemen. Lawman, welcome.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, Ratigan. Good evening to you and your listeners. Thanks for having me as usual.
No worries. Listen, do you want me to play the video now or you want to get into the conversation?
Oh, yes, man. Run the tune, run the tune, run the tune.
From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Lawman Lynch. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Lawman Lynch. It's Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Lawman Lynch. The people are voting, Lawman Lynch. People the focus, move to the mission. Children the future, strive with a vision. Salute to our seniors, we honor their stories, we claiming our glory. From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Lawman Lynch. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Lawman Lynch. It's Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Lawman Lynch. The people are voting, Lawman Lynch. Working together, people power. Justice rising, we shall prosper. In your house, on your block, down the street, let we rock. From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Lawman Lynch. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Lawman Lynch. Let me hear you. Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Lawman Lynch. The people are voting, Lawman Lynch. The people's champion, Lawman Lynch. Who's got your back? Lawman Lynch. Come on, let's vote. Lawman Lynch. This is your time. Lawman Lynch. From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Lawman Lynch. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Lawman Lynch. It's Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Lawman Lynch. The people are voting, Lawman Lynch. From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Lawman Lynch. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Lawman Lynch. It's Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Lawman Lynch. The people are voting, Lawman Lynch. 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 Lawman Lynch.
Wicked video.
You love it, don't it? You love it, not true? Yeah, man, it's nice, it's nice.
See, I'm gonna look on the video. I see all of my places, you know, Flatbush,
Yeah.
Brownsville, East New York. I see all of my places, them Panama people, them. Nice. By the way, people, let me tell you that if you are a politician, you're welcome to come around anytime. And you can bring your video. We reach out to the PNP, the JLP, the UIC, up Jamaica. Come on, anytime. This space is reserved. It's reserved for all political parties, right? We don't make no distinction. Here we have Lawman Lynch in the spotlight. And for those of you who don't know who Lawman Lynch is, you just saw the video. But in addition to the video, I'm going to yield the floor to Mr. Lynch so that he can give you a little something about who he is, what his mission is, what he's doing these days, and how you can contact him. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you so much, Ratigan. And good evening to your viewers and your listeners. You're still commanding a large population on a weekly basis. So congratulations for always, edutaining, because you're educating us, you're entertaining us, and we love it. We're learning so much. But for those who don't know, my name is Lawman Lynch, and I am a New York City Council candidate for District 41 here in Brooklyn. And I see a lot of our constituents joining the feed as I'm watching on YouTube and being in the chat room. And for those of you who don't know District 41 comprises areas of Bed-Stuy, the eastern section of Bed-Stuy, Ocean Hill, Brownsville proper, the entire Brownsville that is, the eastern section of Crown Heights along Eastern Parkway. Individuals will know where the Labor Day March begins. And of course, East Flatbush and Remsen Village. It's a very large district with 5 predominant Caribbean-centered communities here in Brooklyn. The district has about 160,000, residents. Roughly about 110,000 are registered Democrats, and I'm running for City Council on the Democratic ticket.
Good. All right. The last time you were here, we know that you had a fundraiser, some event planned on the Saturday. Can you give us an update as to where things stand now with you and your campaign?
Well, thanks to you, your listeners, your viewers, and our multiple supporters right across the district and across the New York City in particular, we were able to hit our fundraising goal at that particular point in time, right? So thank you very much. We're part of what is known as the Matching Funds Program. So if your viewers right now, you have 1,500 people watching live, that's amazing. If each person gave just $10, we would have surpassed 10 times over what our target is, right? So we were able, if somebody gives $10, the city will give us $80. If they give $100, the city will give us $800 because it's multiplied by 8. So right now, we are the only campaign that has outraised the incumbent. The incumbent who has been in office for almost 20 years doing absolutely nothing, right? And these are the type of leaders that we need to get out of office because there's so much more that needs to be done in District 41, and it cannot be done because it's stagnant, because of stagnant leadership. So now we're actually at another critical point in our campaign, whereby by the close of business Monday, we have to raise, I think it's $7,200 in order to win the election. And I say in order to win because we cannot win without money. We cannot win without money. Right now, the incumbent is being backed by super PACs, pumping hundreds of thousands of dollars into our campaign. And we are really running a grassroots campaign. And through grassroots initiatives, we've been able to raise over $100,000 from private funds and matching funds, right? So we're doing fairly well, but if we cannot raise that $7,200 by Monday night, our campaign is in trouble, right? So we're trying our best to raise that money, and it may seem like a lot, but if each person gives $25, $10, we'll definitely make our target.
Well, then what you need to do is just send the information because OT is in the chat. OT is here, and Kevin, I think Kevin is here, even though he's otherwise engaged. He's popping in every now and again and doing some stuff. You can just put it up. They'll put it up. But you know what? I don't know if you're looking at this comment made by Maureen Hines. She said this is the top advertisement that we need to get disinterested, disheartened, and far and removed. She's talking about the people who are the apathetic people, people who don't have any interest in this.
Right.
Or want to, but just because they have lost faith. She's saying
Right.
this catchy message, we need that to keep the thing going. People are they might hook up the video. The video.
They love the video. Oh my gosh! They need to run over to our Instagram page, like it and share it. It's Lawman Lynch NY. That's Lawman Lynch NY on Instagram. We're also on Facebook. Share it. Send the video far and wide, because you're right. This is the message. We are running a people-centered campaign. We're putting people at the center of everything we do. That is not being done right now in the political space here in Brooklyn, not in District 41. I won't speak for other areas, but I can speak for District 41. It is one of the most marginalized districts in the entire city council. As a matter of fact, what is considered one of the quote-unquote worst communities in New York is in District 41. And that's the type of narrative, that's the type of conversation that we need to have. We need to change the conversation that all these places are bad, all these places are marginalized, and really put systems and programs in place so that we can elevate our people. Because this is predominantly Black people, this is predominantly Caribbean people. The district comprises of 16% Caribbean nationals. And out of that 16%, you know how many are Jamaicans? 8%, half. So the other half is split among all the other Caribbean countries. So if we do nothing else for the next 4 years, we have to ensure that we elect me. We have to elect Lawman Lynch for District 41, because there are so many programs we want to bring to the district, initiatives around education. I'm an educator, you know this, Ratiga, right? And since COVID, there has been such a wide learning gap and a huge learning loss, especially in our elementary and middle schools. We have to close that gap. And what we are promoting, what our campaign is promoting, is a wraparound educational model. So a lot of these public schools, we want to ensure that they become community schools. And by community schools, I mean parents, families that are low income will have access to services that they cannot afford, dental services, mental health services, access to laundry cards so that they can do their laundry. You know how many students, young people come into school without basic necessities? They haven't been taking showers because they can't do their laundry. Yet we live in America. This is the United States of America. We can do so much more. And that is why we have access to discretionary funding at City Council, so that we can invest in our schools, invest more in our after-school programs. I was having a conversation with some police officers the other day, and those who are on my team knows this because I speak about it all the time. There has been an uptick in crime in the district, in sections of the district, and that uptick in crime happens between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. Why? Because our young people, they have nothing to do. So we have to invest in after-school programs. We have to invest in youth development programs and spaces so that our young people can be gainfully engaged on a daily basis. And that's just education. And it's not just young people. I was having a conversation yesterday with a tenants association president, and she's like, listen, in this building, we have senior citizens who have nothing to do on a daily basis. And you know what is our budget for the entire year? $1,000. That's all she gets from the elected official. $1,000. No, Ratigan, if you know me, I will take $1,000 out of my own pay, out of my own salary, and match that $1,000. It is absolutely ridiculous. This is 2025. So now our seniors have absolutely nothing to do, and all she's asking for is probably a sewing machine and some yarn so that they can do crochet. That's a low-hanging fruit. And that's not the only building. Many other buildings in District 41 So what is that? What is the elected official doing? What is the city council representative doing? Sitting down lame for 20 years and then taking advantage of seniors. You know how they're taking advantage of seniors? They are saying, well, the seniors are going to vote for her because they know her. The seniors are going to vote for her because she gives them a turkey at Thanksgiving. The seniors are going to be voting for her because she takes them on a boat ride. What the hell in 2025? So basically, in my view, we are taking advantage of seniors. Not we. She is taking advantage of seniors. And individuals are allowing it. The seniors' grandchildren are allowing it. The seniors' children are allowing it. The ordinary citizen on the road, they are allowing it if they elect her back to office. So we want to put a stop to that. Early voting begins on Saturday, Ratigan. Early voting begins on Saturday. And if individuals are in District 41, do not be fooled. Do not be tricked, because you're going to be sitting regretting, similar to what happened last November. Now a lot of us who don't have green cards yet have to be hiding from ICE, right? A lot of us who didn't know that we're going to have tariffs and all of these things have to be wondering where our next meal will be coming from, because eggs are too expensive, because we didn't know or we didn't listen. This is a warning. This is a warning. This is a warning to people in District 41 that now is the time to actually take pride in yourself. It's not about Lawman Lynch anymore. We have to take pride in ourselves, because we have to want change. I can want change for you, but you have to want change for yourself. So if we keep electing these lame people, we cannot complain. A lot of people do not like when others talk about Farrakhan, right? And I can understand why people may have issues with Farrakhan. But Farrakhan said it, once, that we get the government we deserve. We get the government we deserve. We get the leader we deserve. So if we sit on our laurels and do not vote, and if you cannot vote, you can encourage somebody to vote. Who love mix up and chat like we? We just chat. So even if we don't have a green card, even if we cannot vote in this election, we know somebody next door. We know somebody in the house. We know somebody on the block. We know somebody in the streets who we can encourage to vote for Lawman Lynch. I have to be that first choice option on that ballot. If not, we're going to be sitting complaining for another 4 years, paying somebody who is hardly in the community $2 million. She has earned at least $2 million from the city over the past 15 years. $2 million. And very little to nothing has been done to uplift our communities. That is sad. And you know what is even worse, Ratigan? There are people who are supposed to know better, actually supporting this nonsense and encouraging this crap, right? They are supporting the nonsense, encouraging the crap, and then they turn and say that they love people, they love our children, they love our seniors, they love our struggling people. They must be joking. So elections, listen, this franchise that we have, we may not have a lot of money, right? Because our community, we don't have a lot of money. Some people say they're rich, and sometimes it's a facade, Ratigan. We don't have it, right? What we want is access. What we want are opportunities to do better for ourselves, to do better by our parents, to do better for our children. So come June 14, which is this Saturday, early voting begins, and early voting goes up until June 22, right? We need everybody to roll out and vote Lawman Lynch as their first choice. And then election day is June 24 from 6 a.m. in the morning to 9 p.m. in the evening. And we don't want to be biting our nails all the way into Wednesday morning, wondering who wins. I want to cross that 50% margin Tuesday night. We're having a motorcade, Ratigan. You hear what I say we're having in Brooklyn? We're having a motorcade on Saturday, June 21. We're driving through District 41, June 21. If you're in Brooklyn, reach out to me because we have to ensure that our presence is felt from the northern tip of District 41 to the east, to the west, to the southern tip of District 41. We cannot leave any stones unturned come June 24.
Look, and I'd love to take some phone calls, but we're pressed for time. And you can always come back here. You don't need no invitation. I tell you that. You call me say if you can come. You just tell me say, yo, me are coming now. And that room have to make. You know what I'm saying? So look, we wish you all the best. And I see where you have a whole bunch of people in the chat saying, yes, them going to vote early. And first even mentioned that you should be out of 95th and Rutland, which is
man, that's my area.
Yeah, because I used to live at 94th and A. And them say you 95th and Rutland.
You still not have, you know how we do. You still not have. You need a Brooklyn address, Ratty.
But now some people were there that we are watch right now the same address, Now some people are watching. That's what the thing said,
You can do me one favor though before you leave, Rattigan. I want you to play the song again. One.
You know what? You read my mind because I was gonna say we can't leave before we put up that song here again. We'll put it up and then we'll come back with some closing comments. All right.
Much respect.
Hold on, Sita. All right.
On June 24th,
let me stop. We'll play it in full. We're gonna play it. Here we go, folks. Listen and enjoy. And I don't know if you do. Early voting starts Saturday, a week from today.
From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Normandish. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Normandish. East Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Normandish. The people are voting, Normandish. People that focus, move to the mission. Children, the future, strive with a vision. Salute to our seniors, we honor their stories, we claiming our glory. From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Normandish. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Normandish. East Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Normandish. The people are voting, Normandish. Working together, people power. Justice rising, we shall prosper. In your house, on your block, down the street, let we rock. From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Normandish. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Normandish. Let me hear you. Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Normandish. Let's go. The people are voting, Normandish. The people's champion, Norman Lynch. Who's got your back? Norman Lynch. Come on, let's vote. Norman Lynch. This is your time. Norman Lynch. From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Norman Lynch. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Norman Lynch. East Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Norman Lynch. The people are voting, Norman Lynch. From Bed-Stuy to Brownsville, Norman Lynch. From Crown Heights to Ramsey, Norman Lynch. East Flatbush and Ocean Hill, Norman Lynch. The people are voting, Norman Lynch. 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 Norman Lynch.
On June 24th, vote with confidence. Vote for change. Vote for the people. Vote Lawman Lynch.
Yes, people. I want to know say that the video when I just say that was the exclusive release. This is the first show to play it on. Thank you very much for giving us that privilege, my brother.
Thank you.
Play that video.
That is the very, very first show to play this video. The very first program to play this song is Reasoning with Rattigan. Thank you. I also want to give a huge shout out to Keisha Martin, the queen of Jamrock Soul, for agreeing to record this song. I really appreciate Keisha. I want to say a special thank you to Dr. Karen Dunkley and Keisha for helping me to write this song. Don't think we got it from somewhere else, Everything is in-house.
Original.
And the producer is Shanti Cosmo out of Queens, another Jamaican brother doing great things. And the editors are Saeed El Modi and Dion Kamina. And Saeed is my social media manager, and Dion is my campaign manager. And we're just working as a team to get everything done, Ratigan. So thank you so much. Please.
No worries. I see a lot of people outside the district, trying to like ease them into the district because people are asking if Paddy got in your district. But Paddy got is not in his district.
Oh my God.
But if you know somebody who is in his district, you can reach out to them and let them know what going on. Big things are going on over there.
Big things.
But no one the tune bad, and I said I said that the PNP should reach out to you because I see all kinds of comments inside here.
Oh my God.
But look, always a pleasure, my brother.
Always a pleasure.
We wish you all the best. Next week, Saturday, people, is early voting. And so go out and do what you need to do. Here's a man, a son of the soil, who's trying to create history in New York City. District 41, City Council. Need a representation. And he's doing the rounds. He's not just sit down and say, well, 8% of the 16% of Jamaicans, and so we can just say a few things and then vote for me. No, he's knocking on doors all over the district. Hardest worker in the district right now. I don't know how many parties do you have vying for the seat? How many people? Yeah.
Well, 8 of us.
8. Okay. Yeah. 8 plus the incumbent or 8 including?
7 plus the incumbent.
Incumbent. All right. Well, look, may God go with you and we will follow.
Thank you. Blessed love. Have a great evening.
All right. Take care of yourself now. Be well. Yes, folks. Lawman Lynch. The song really, really catchy. Nice message too, Yeah. And again, JLP MPs, come around here. PNP MPs, come around here. UIC, Up Jamaica, NDM, come around here. We have the discussion and reason so that people can understand where the issues are and we can elevate the minds of the people, can educate people, because intelligence doesn't reside in one place only. I don't have a monopoly on ideas. I have to say what I have as my ideas and then invite people to examine my ideas and also bring their ideas too. And that's how things get done a lot of times when people come together and they start discuss things, because I may have an idea that is half-baked, but then in talking to you, you can make a product that's fully baked. So it's important for us to come together as a people, despite our differences, and reason. And let's reason about facts. Let's not talk about fiction and start cuss out each other and things. We could just reason about the facts, because you can change your opinion, but you can't change the facts. Facts are facts. And the things that are presented that have been going on in Jamaica since 2016 till now, they're facts. Them can't change. No matter how much them try to spin. The best and the worst case scenario is that them spin out of control, because them can't deal with the facts. So we invite everybody to come around here and talk. But anyway, nah, man, big up yourself, my brother. Wish you all the best. Wish you all the best. All right? People, early voting start Saturday. Go out, exercise your right. Vote. Vote. As if your life depended on it, because you hear how bad the district is. And I used to live in that district. I live 3 places in that district. I lived on 94th Street, lived on Alabama Avenue, and lived on 55th Street. All them streets there in the Lawman's district. So that's what the thing said. All right. Listen now, people. Well, I mean, them get to use all my sound box, you know, for say, well, you know, we used to we play this for the end of each segment, you know. Hold on, let me see it, huh? No, that. No, sir. All right, we're done with that segment now. We're bringing in a new segment now. And I see my laugh, you know. People, I won't get to do, again, Kevin and Joan, producer Joan, call me the fool I am, because every Saturday I keep saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And I'm saying, you will not do it. I'm looking at this monitor right here, and I see a whole bunch, it's lit up. I see a whole bunch of things Kevin put up here. So, and him and Joan, and me say, you know, me I gotta do this, me I gotta do that. And them start laugh and say, eh. So now it's like a running joke. Every Saturday I come and say, me I gotta do this. And then we stop, right? And then like 10 minutes later, after Kevin put up the stuff and we arrange and this and that, we say, hey, you know what? We could add this, we could add that, no get to it. And them say, you're not going to get to it. Well, I'm looking at a lot of things that I'm supposed to get to. I won't get to it. I won't get to the fertilizer. I won't get to the drill. And we have so much to talk about those two topics. And then we have a range of things with the PM, with a whole bunch of ministers, a whole bunch of administrators, people who had ministries, people who had agencies, the DPP, we haven't forgotten her. There's a story right here on her. It's been sitting there for months. But be that as it may, here's why we can't do any of those stories. Because we have 1 hour left. And we'll spend the hour with our brother, the stalwart, the man who's out there fighting for the right of Jamaican people to enjoy something that tourists can come to Jamaica and enjoy without any hassle. It's about our beaches. It's about our birthright. It's about a natural resource that we have been relegated to a mere few miles of this, over 100 miles of beaches. And we've been relegated to just a fraction of that. It's not right. It's not right. And what makes it even more depressing is the fact that we have a prime minister who, with the stroke of a pen, can make a difference. And this issue is one that it doesn't focus on your political affiliation. It doesn't focus on your geographical location. It doesn't focus on your economic situation. It focuses on none of that. It focuses on this, that you're a Jamaican and you do not have access to the beaches. And when I say the beaches, some people say, well, you can't go here and you can't go there. And you can't go everywhere. And that's where it should be, where you can just pick up your family, pick up your friends, whatever. You just go to and just have a good time at any beach. The rest of the Caribbean, they have this freedom. They have created this freedom for their people. That if you buy beachfront property, it means nothing. It is of no moment. The citizens can walk along the foreshore, and as this Virginia corrected me the other day, the beach is actually the foreshore, and I think there's a back shore, right, where you can walk on all of that. Them can't stop you. They can build multi-million-dollar homes on beachfront property, but they can't stop you from walking along the beach. They can't, or taking a swim. They can't stop you, except in Jamaica. Not only can you be stopped, you can be jailed. Trespassing. So, it's always a pleasure when I bring this brother on, because he's so knowledgeable about many things, but he's taking on this beach project as a passion. And I think what's driving him even more in his passion is the fact that he himself is affected, because he will tell you that he grew up in an era where he could just go down and use the beach, and not only him, but family, friends, fishermen, fisher folks could use it, and now no access, fenced off, gone to the highest bidder. And so they're squeezing them out. And we had some speeches recently where the Prime Minister made some overtures, But again, we're very careful about language here. He didn't say he was going to grant permission. He's gonna facilitate the use of all beaches by all Jamaicans. Didn't say that. He's talking about putting up some things for public beach and just relegate us to that. And my brethren here, I said, no, we don't want that. That's a step in the right direction, but it's not the destination. We want access to all beaches. And he's right. He's absolutely correct. Nobody can argue with his position, regardless of your political affiliation, your religious affiliation, your economic situation, your geographical location. No matter where you live or where you do, you have to agree with him that all Jamaicans should and must have access to our beaches. And the impediment to that happening is our Prime Minister. Beaches actually fall within his portfolio, Office of the Prime Minister. Him can tomorrow, the stroke of a pen, say, all right, you know what, we're going to make some changes. But you know what? Watch. It's not going to happen because those resort owners, those developers, those are the ones supporting his candidacy. And if him turn around, no one going to say, well, right now, boy, I'm going to sign something now and give the people what rightfully belongs to them. I'm going to give them access to our beaches. No money coming into the coffers. So he's serving special interests. And if he's not serving special interests, and I know that he has people in his inner circle watching this broadcast, tell him they must sign off on it and have the police commissioner give it effect, because that's what the law says. If them say, okay, you have to grant access to it, you have to have an easement, and if people stiffen up their spines and say, well, I'm not going to do it, the police commissioner can go in and make sure that take place. So look, I've said enough. Without further ado, here comes our brother, Dr. Devon Taylor. Welcome, brethren.
Greetings, Ratigan. Greetings to the masses out there. All the ones and ones them. We in a season right now where we can push for some changes, because many of the times the politicians them have us. I think right now, in particular in Jamaica, we have them, right? We have something where them want, right? We have our vote, and our vote is power. And so, in any negotiation, you need leverage. And this is the leverage that the Jamaican people have right now, is the power of their vote. So encourage everyone out there to go out and vote in your own self-interest. Things that are going to make a difference, not only to your life, but the lives of your brothers and sisters, the lives of other ones and ones. Because as you rightfully say, Jamaica is the only country in the Caribbean that does not grant its citizens the general and unfettered rights to every single beach in their country and the rivers. For some reason, Jamaica stand out, right? And that is something that we need to change as a country. A beach, as we have defined it, is the floor of the sea, it is the foreshore, and it's the backshore. Foreshore is defined by the wet sand, and the backshore is defined by the dry sand. And in Jamaica, that definition that sits in the Beach Control Act only speaks to the foreshore, which is the wet sand area, and does not give us right to that. No one shall have a right in or over the foreshore, right, or the floor of the sea. That law writes the Jamaican people out of any rights. And the only way it can change is if it's done legislatively. The only way that legislation is passed, if the Jamaican people demand it, that this is an unjust law that cannot be upheld in Jamaica in 2025. It should never have made its way into our law in 1956. And our parliamentarian, our people, right, that were under the control of the colonial government in England, allowed that law to be written into the books in Jamaica. And since we gained our independence in 1962, none of the political parties saw it fit to rid of law of the country, remove it. They never done so. And we are happy and encouraged that both political parties are now saying that they would like Jamaicans to have access to their beaches, right? None have gone as far as saying that we will do it immediately by legislation. We know that the power that the Prime Minister have right now, not only that the power that he has as the head of the Beach Control Act of 1956, but also that he has the majority vote in the Parliament and could pass a bill, and that bill would be supported by the opposition because they say they want the same thing too. So both governments right now, the government which comprises of, right, the ruling majority voters and the opposition, both of them say they want to do this. So it's very easy. If they agree on this, just pass a bill, advance it, your members will support it, and the opposition will support it. Done deal. So why are we not all this? Why this cuss? Why this back and forth? Why are we going into court and poor people have it 3 years now? What I want to focus on today is the case of Little Duns River, which is behind the photograph that you're seeing behind me, is Little Duns River, because Jamaicans cannot afford to go to Big Duns River. So we all go there for free. And now they want to take that away from us, right? But this can be fixed easily. I really don't understand what is holding up both political party to do something, right? Show unity for the Jamaican people and say, I'm giving you this, because it's vested in the crown. We understand the crown estate controlled by King Charles, but King Charles kind of handed it over to the Commissioner of Lands and say, run things, brethren. And the Commissioner of Lands sits in the National Land Agency. The National Land Agency sits where? In the office of the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
So not only that the Prime Minister have power over the Beach Control Act, because that is right within his portfolio, and him using a junior minister, Honorable Matissa Muda, to run things, right? He has to sign off on it. But the land itself, right? Because a beach is a narrow strip of sloping land, right? That is covered by pebbles and gravels that consists of a foreshore and a backshore, is vested in the crown. And that portfolio sits with the Commissioner of Lands, that sits in the National Land Agency, that sits in the office of the Prime Minister. And so he has the power to do this and change it. And if you want to say, I don't want to do this by myself, I want to be democratic in it, okay, let's put this bill in the Parliament that the government of Jamaica will repeal and replace the Beach Control Act of 1956 and change, put a bill up there that grants Jamaicans unfettered rights, general rights, inalienable rights, indefeasible rights, all those rights that says that you could use it in perpetuity. Nobody can stop you. You should be able to enjoy it, fish, walk along the shore, swim, bathe, frolic, bring your girl, go down there, go kick some ball, go baptize your people, them, cook a pot, run a boat. You know me I deal with? All of the little things them we used to for, go sell some little beads down there, beat a two juice, sit down, burn some herbs and all the meds. All of the things that were Jamaican, the relationship that we have with the foreshore, what we have with the beach, he could unleash that. So we don't need for a run from police and dog, a man tell us if you come off him land and all those kind of things where our descendants of enslaved Africans face daily. We see what happened in a flankers the other day. The man them said them are going to build a hotel and them are going to build water over the sea. And them want the beach there. And them come and tell the people, them say, we are going to take it. Those things does not have to happen in Jamaica. They do not happen anywhere else in the Caribbean, which has a similar plantation history, came out of slavery, very similar time, became independent, very similar. We are the same stock of African people. Instead, Jamaica find it fit to put a law in place and uphold that law. And it's 69 years since it's been there. It's more than half a century the law sit down there for. And the political class have not changed it. Now we have raised the issue up now, right, to a levels in the society that a lot of people are talking about it. And some people still do not understand the fullness of it. And I'd like to use this program to communicate to ones in the diaspora and to people in Jamaica and who listens across the planet that Jamaica has a law that does not give the Jamaican people, the right to access a beach. And it's written in the law and communicated and published in the newspaper that Jamaicans don't have the right to bathe, swim, fish, walk along the foreshore and fish. Just think about that for a second. An independent country does not have that. And that's what we're saying that needs to change, because it represents many things. Our cultural way of life, thus we name out many things that we have done culturally at the beach. Beach is not just a place where we just go down and go, splash around and swim. We have a lot of, historical and cultural connection with the place. Okay? Those things are under threat with every new hotel, with every new private interest, a villa, a guest house, and even some regular Jamaicans who buy this property, fence them and lock people out. Right? You can't fence and lock out something when you own. You don't own the beach, so you should never be allowed to fence the beach. What gives you the right as a landowner to fence up something where you don't own? The only thing in the world which is happening in Jamaica, where people fence up and lock up where they don't own at the beach. Every hotel fence you up and then don't own it. Every guest house fence it up and then don't own it. And if them own it, they need to come prove to all of us in Jamaica and prove to I and I that them own it. Because them don't blood clot own it. Them don't own it. Apologies for my language, Mr. Rattigan.
No, I understand the passion.
But them don't own it. Them not own the sea. Them can't own it. The United Nations Convention on the Laws of the Seas basically say you can't own the sea. It's a common good of mankind. It's common heritage of mankind. Can't own it. But them allowed to fence it. Where else on the planet that ever happened? That you don't own something and you just fence it up and lock out everybody else. And then the government come in with style and empower you. The governments are complicit. And I'm saying this very carefully, because both of the political parties are guilty of it. And I know they're playing politics with it right now because there is an interest in the society to rid that nasty discriminatory law from our books. And so they want to also play politics with beach access and beach rights. And I'm also telling them they need to be very careful about this. Because we don't want nobody really try to benefit off the politicization or the partisan politicization of beach rights in Jamaica. You must be genuine about it. And you must come up front and lay out your policy. You can't have a policy that's not going to just deal with legislative right. It must go there and deal with the matter legislatively, because we have seen all the examples already. There's no need for any more debate as to what is happening. 494 miles. You said earlier 100 miles or 100 and plus is 494 across the country. And according to NEPA, from 2001, said we only have 2.8 miles of public access to it. What means we have 0.6% of the foreshore, right? The Jamaican can access. So we don't want no politics around it in terms of partisan who's going to say that, right? We are interested in giving it. Just tell me that legislatively we're going to get the job done. I must say, Mr. Mark Walden comes out and says they will have some discussion with stakeholders, and if the stakeholders are not budging, then they're going to fix the issues legislatively. I'd be happy if Mr. Golden just come out and says, you know what? We have seen the trend of it. We're losing the beaches every year because there's a massive expansion in tourism industry. So I don't think it's going to be feasible to have a discussion with 300 or 500 different hotels in order to enact this, because I don't know. Maybe, there is is going to get everybody in our room and says, this is the position. Vote, who's for favor, who's against. And if it doesn't have consensus, then it says, okay, this discussion done. We're going to do this legislatively. Because we know that the Andrew Holness administration is not doing so. We have many of the agencies in the court right now, the UDC in the court, Portland Municipal Corporation, Jamaica National Heritage Trust, the Commissioner of Lands, 4 government bodies that we, the Jamaican people, are suing in order for beach access right. And we know that this administration that is led by the Jamaica Labour Party is not doing so. That's very clear. We have brought the issue to the United Nations Third Committee on the Eradication of Racial Discrimination and ask them to say that, ask the Jamaican government to remove this 1956 Beach Control Act because it's discriminating against the people. We put that to the United Nations. The United Nations, through a rapporteur that was assigned to the matter, a South African woman, many times repeatedly asked the government, are you prepared to do this? You're doing this. The people are saying that there's discrimination on the beaches there. And the government says we deserve the right to balance the interests of corporate interests, property rights, and beach access. And they have not done it. So for the ones who are in the public that says, well, Jabem is not engaging the government. No, we have. And we have engaged them at the level of the United Nations. Okay? You can go look for those videos and you could see that the United Nations, through their rapporteur, advance the interests of the Jamaican people to remove the Beach Control Act, and they removed to do so. We have engaged them in the court. Little Duns River, UDC. Bob Marley Beach, Commissioner of Lands. Blue Lagoon, Portland Municipal Corporation, and a JNHT, all statutory body of the Jamaican government. So if they were interested in giving access rights to the Jamaican people, they would have withdrawn themselves and joined with the people of Jamaica against the other defendants in the case, but they have not. So we are very clear as to where this government position is as far as beach rights are concerned. Now, as the opposition is laying out that they are willing to do something about it, and their preferred path is to have a conversation with the stakeholders, and should that fail, then they'd legislatively do so. The fundamental question I have with issues like those is that we know that there's a discrimination going on. We know that we do not have all this access to the beaches, and they know it. This is why, they have said so. So why do we need to have a discussion? The beach don't belong to them. The beach does not belong to the hotels. So what is the discussion going to be? What is the discussion going to be, Mr. Rattigan? It's a public collective resource that they fenced off. And we know the government have the right, according to Beach Control Act, which I do not like, say they could create any beaches across the country, any land they could take, in the interest of the public. And we know there's the Land Acquisition Act of 1947 that they could use. They have all the tools, and it's not going to be you're doing something adversarial, aggressive, or you are damaging people's business. You're not. If you don't own the beach, you don't own it, unless there's something there that tells me that you own it. But as far as me said, it says, no one owns it. It's vested in the crown. And an interpretation of that is maybe King Charles own it, or as in the case in England, things are vested in the crown. The crown acts as a trust, right, for the people. And we all understand what trusts are. It's a collective space that you park something that belongs to the nation. So it's a very simple things to fix.
Let me ask you a question.
They can do it tomorrow, but they choose to play a partisan game with it. And I'm not happy with it, right? Because both of them can unite around this issue and agree to give the Jamaican people this and take it off the table.
Let me ask you a question. He's bedridden now, from what we're hearing, but he represents the crown, and that is the Governor General. Have you reached out to him to say, listen, the crown either owns it or has it in trust, or the Jamaican government has it in trust for the crown, and we need you to play a role in this? Have you reached out to Prince Charles, or have you reached King Charles, or have you reached out to the Governor General?
No, we have not reached out in that capacity to the governor, but it's a good idea. We have a petition on change.org that are addressed to the king and addressed to the governor general and the prime minister. But in terms of like a formal letter to the office, we have not done so. But I think it's a good assignment, and we'll take it on.
Yeah, you have nothing to lose, because since you exhaust all your remedies, you might as well do this one here too,
Yes.
and just send it to him, and then that way they have everything lined up. I mean, what do you think? Because you said both parties have had the opportunity to right the wrong of the 1956 law.
Yes.
And so far, no party has seen it fit to address it. But we have a government now that is aware of the. They can't say they're not aware of the issues, because you brought the issue. You and Jabem and others have brought the issues front and center to them. What do you think is? And you've gone to the UN, and they haven't budged. So, have you had a meeting with the Prime Minister or with the junior minister? Well, he's not a junior minister. Matthew Samuda. Have you had a meeting with anyone out of that office to say, listen, we have done all of these things and we can take it further, but I think we need to sit down and have a conversation about how we move forward, because we know that what's going on here is not right. It sets up. It is a bad example for the fact that, if for nothing else, the fact that we're the only nation in the Caribbean that allows this to happen, and we are the ones. Jamaica, we take pride in saying we set the trend. This is not the kind of trend where we want to set. So, have you reached out to? Have you heard from any of them in the office of the Prime Minister?
Yeah, we have not reached out and requested a meeting and sit down with the government on the issue. The first opportunity we had was at the United Nations, that we think was a constructive forum to do so. All right, we have not. We have the Jabem's attorney have been doing a really good job, Dr. Marcus Goff, in advancing many of these issues, all right? As it relates to the rights of our fisher folks and our vendors and recreational users. But sitting down in the office, we have not done so. The way that we are engaging the government is through the courts. And I think if there was a willingness to really kind of do this in a wholesome manner, they would have made many overtures to do so. There's an overture that we want to speak about specifically in this program, and that is that at Little Duns River, which there has been some movement in the government, wanting to recognize the public's right to Little Duns River. We have that case was on Wednesday, and it's adjourned until the 17th, but at least the government expressed a willingness to make sure that Little Duns River become a public beach, and that it will be written on the land title that is owned by the UDC. That's a public space, and it will remain so forever, and no one will be blocked and can be stopped to go so. And that was welcome effort. There are some additional things that we need to really address, such as the ones who operate there, who have been doing they're applying their trade since the 1960s. Those individuals who are the plaintiff are not guaranteed to stay there. And so that is something that is unacceptable, because they're the one who clear the tracks on the roadway that lead to Little Duns River and its beach for over 60 years. They're the one who make sure that that grounds is kept clean. They're the one who immortalize the Jamaican culture on that space. And there's no guarantee for them, because they are landless, and there seems to be an attempt to criminalize landlessness that we is barrier to reaching a settlement. But we're not adverse to sitting down and having conversation, right? On the matter, and the matter has been pushed to the point where you may have seen it a week ago, where Mata Samuda gave his budget presentation, and in it he says, and you see it splashed across several newspapers and on the internet, that the government is going to make sure that any new hotels will have to provide beach access to Jamaicans to beaches that they previously used. And that's the word to really keep a very close eye on, previously, which is saying that, one, you're not going to get to access all the beaches because only the ones that you previously used, and two, all the existing beaches, which is most of them and the best ones, you won't get to use them either. So it's ridiculous, all right, and it is perpetuating exclusion, and that is unacceptable, which basically define what the government practice is over the last, 8 years of this particular administration, that they are not going to give Jamaican people fundamental rights unless we, the Jamaican people, push hard and advocate for this. Now, that's a very different position from what the PMP are saying, right? Mr. Golden made his ad, he puts it up there, and he says, if the hotels don't budge, then I'm going to do this legislatively. But Jamaicans should have rights to their spaces. My issue there is, you don't need to go through the hotels to get this to Jamaica. Just do it legislatively, because it is not going to happen. And we're going to be bogged down into a discussion with 10,000 hotels, to free up beaches. And I go back to the premise, they don't own the beach. And I'm going to ask any of your listeners out there, okay, if you can be the devil's advocate and provide me an explanation anywhere in the world where someone don't own a piece of land, don't own something, and then he is entitled to fence you up, lock it up, and call it theme owner, and lock everybody out. Somebody need to give me an example of that, where conflict don't arise. Someone need to give me an example of that. Where in the world, Rattigan, come on now. You can't just go fence up a man yard and say, you're one bridging.
Oh, hold on. You see,
that one, Virgin, me don't know where that one come from.
No, I'll tell you what's worse. What's worse is that this crime, because it's unlawful seizure, right? It's somebody, and it could be trespassing as well.
Like them legal term there, unlawful seizure, with a pencil they come. Them can even go in at the letter. We are going to go to the king and the governor general, the unlawful seizure, right, of your vested property.
No. When you have all of them things here are going, right, and you have a government that's aware of it, that, they can't say, well, we didn't know, because it's been brought to their attention. The UN come and tell them, say, hey, listen, no need for this someone. And then, so they are complicit in it as well. So you can even bring a charge against them as co-conspirator. And so,
I love that to you.
No, to me, that's even worse. It's what's bad is that somebody will take it over. What's worse is that the authorities, they know that this is going on, and instead of stopping it, they perpetuate it. Them still allow them to do it. Them still allow hotels to be built on beaches, and them just fence over the land and take it over. So, and so I can understand what you're saying and the frustration where you say, well, why even talk to them people? Because it's like it's happening and they're participating in it.
Yes.
They're participating in it. So, but you really think that is like saying, I don't have to hit my head against the wall. I don't have to, bump my head against the wall to know it's going to hurt me. I don't have to do that.
Oh.
I see it happen so many times.
Yes.
People like them, and so I don't have to do that. I know what the consequence will be. So why am I going to go talk to these people when I see them giving permits for people to build hotels on beaches, and then them see people fence it up and they don't say anything? So, I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you.
No, I think I like the legal framing, right, around the unlawful seizure, right? Yeah, because if it is vested in the crown, all right,
Right.
and we are reason to say, well, the crown is the crown estate, right? We are reason in some kind of duality here that it is held in trust for the people, right? So therefore, a man take with the people and thing. If I saw it go, because we stand corrected if it's not so, and it's now, the king after the king alone. But the king said, something, you're the commissioner of land, just go and take care of thing for me. All right, and I'm gonna make a report, to the governor general. But the governor general said, we're gonna put that thing in the land agency, make it sit in the land agency, govern under the Property Vesting Act of 1960. And that sits in the office of the prime minister. I might think that, okay? And then now, sometimes like, you kind of left all that thing with a man, and then when you come back, him kind of like do all kind of things with it. You know what I mean? So it's almost like, we don't know, the king might have left him space, with the Jamaica government, and the Jamaica government just start hustle it and make some more money. Because my money are fighting them. Because what they have done, they have leased the beaches to the hotel, right? So they might make some money off of the leases them. And through access to information, right, we have gotten, there are more than 366 beach licenses across the country. Spaces where Jamaicans cannot go to, right, freely, can't access freely. Some of them are paid spaces, but others, most of them are not spaces that regular Jamaica can just pick up a little $10 or so and go. Right? Can't do that. It's thousands of dollars to stay at hotels in order to access the beach before the hotel. So you're blocked out. You're blocked out, you're cost or priced out. But them still don't own it. And we're having some fundamental issues understanding that. And when you read the beach access management policy that was put out in 2018 and revised in 2020, which is now said that the beach policy is before cabinet. Now, words are very important because what's before cabinet is not necessarily before the parliament. The cabinet is made up of the prime ministers and different ministers. And that's where the bill sit now. They're the one who have the bill because we don't see it. So it's not even before parliament, and we are 4 months before the constitutionally due election. I don't think this is going anywhere. I think what they do is they're trying to take the wind out of Jabem sale. They're trying to dull down the conversation around beach access rights because people are saying this is an issue that I'm going to vote on. And if you don't do this in Jamaica, I'm not going to vote for your government. And I particularly encourage Jamaicans to vote beach access when you're voting. I know I am voting for beach access because I am a registered voter in Jamaica to vote, and I'm going to vote. And I'm going to vote for beach access. And you need to tell your councillor or your designated MP or whoever that you need them to come out and declare where they stand on beach access. Because this is important. And I want to break down how important this is in the country. What is the biggest driver in the country in terms of economic? What is the biggest driver of GDP in Jamaica right now?
What did I say? Tourism.
It is tourism. And what resource does tourism use in Jamaica?
Beach.
Beaches, right? So therefore, the national resource of beaches is the biggest driver of GDP in Jamaica. But you, the Jamaican people, number one, you not build hotel. So you not benefit from that. See? And two, you can't go there despite you own it. So you're not benefit. You're not benefiting from this economically. So if I'm voting in the interest of my people to empowerment, right? My people to be stronger economically, to benefit from even tourism because they're using the beaches, then beach, the foundation of the resource, that is driving the economy. Then I must vote wisely. So I'm saying that beaches sits on the ballot, and the Jamaican people now need to look at this as a national issue. I mean, I'll tell you which party you vote for, What I tell you say is that you must know, must be someone who votes on issues. If you vote for crime or better health care, you're voting for housing, or you're looking at schools, you're looking at road infrastructure, you're looking at the diversification of the economy, who has the better plan to do so, because you are young and Jamaica is your home and you want to grow and be able to grow out in the country, be somebody, be recognized, then you must vote on issues. And I'm saying right now, tourism is a monopoly in Jamaica. I've heard the cries of many Juta people now, who are saying that the hotels are now controlling transportation, so them now make a money. Me hear the cry about Airbnbs, that them losing access where them can make them people who stay at them villas go, right? I hear those cries, right? And I see that many of the big players them are just invested in more hotel, more hotel. You're not seeing a diversification of the economy. You're not seeing big growth out in science and technology and manufacturing. You're not seeing these kind of things. You're seeing the tourism industry stifling, right? Innovation, stifling, right? Other industry to grow out because they control the wealth in the society. And they're using the resource, the beach resource, to do so, and driving the biggest chunk of the economy. And all we get are low-paying jobs. Low-paying jobs, butlers and housekeepers and waiters and bartenders, you know what I mean? And that's what we're getting. So therefore, all man are going to take my thing and I make billions. $4.1 billion was made out of tourism last year. And maybe 4.2. And me want to ask Jamaican people, how much of that going in your pocket?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, my brother. Let me show the people them something. We're talking about tourism now. Let me show them something. Let's go to the tourism thing. Take a look at this. All right. This is a chart that talk about tourism in Jamaica. Now, you see, stopover tourists, the people who stay in hotels and villas, 80 to 85% of the tourism revenue come from that stopover. Then the next one, you have cruise passengers. That are short, it's a short day trips. But they spend far less per person because them spend the money on the cruise, not for the facilities and the things where them come onshore, come deal with, right? And a lot of them, sometimes some of them never come off of the ship, them just stay upon the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look on the third one, diaspora. See it right there, so.
Yes.
They talk about. And we, they talk about Jamaican nationals are descendants visiting family. This is in addition to the remittances, This is separate and apart from remittances. We are the third source of funding for tourism. Then you have the business travelers. Then you have the educational visitors. Then the health and wellness. And then the romance people come to get married and things like that. And then you have the event. There are people who come for Reggae Sumfest, Dream Weekend, Carnival, whatever. Now, I want to show you another chart. Look at this chart here now. This chart. This chart, this chart, we make a start with 2015. It made 2.4 billion in 2015. And the visit, that's from 2.1 million people. And so the average tourist in 2015 to Jamaica spent $1,132. Right? We don't have time to go through every year, but we start with the first year. Make we go down to the last year now, 2024. See that? 4.3 billion. 4.3 million people. Right? Yeah. And then average 1,000. Gone down, There are more people, but it's gone down. People are spending less. Right?
Yes.
Look on this third chart now. Look on this third chart, people.
Oh boy. I hate this.
See that? Who own the tourist industry?
Yeah.
See it come down to now. See that now?
That's it right there. The private sector, right, which is dominated by foreign-owned entities, making 70-80% of the revenue, and most of that is repatriated out of Jamaica.
I never came to Jamaica.
I never came to Jamaica. Never. So you see, we have some serious problem here. And me don't know. I want to make you talk slowly in like when you kind of your battery are done in your whole tape and it just start draw out that we, the Jamaican people, own the beaches of Jamaica. It is our beaches that is driving tourism. Tourism is baked into sea and sand and sun. That's where the money is being made from. And that we cannot enjoy, that we don't have the right to it. So it's an exploitation, right? It's an exploitation of our natural resources that we, the people, cannot benefit from. When 70 to 80% of it leave the country, and we can look on that 15 to 25% of tax with the government through TEF, that's we spend that money to promote more tourism in the country, right? And do all kind of things that is only tourism related. It's not invested into other sectors that can drive the country. And the local communities makes less than 10%, right? Left out of it completely. This is why we must control the beaches in the country. This is why we have to rethink tourism in the country. It can't be like that. And if we don't control beaches and rivers and the lands upon which these beaches and rivers are adjoined, then we will not be able to fully participate in this. That's part of what JABEM is fighting for. This is what our court cases are. This is why we're asking for changes in legislation, because legislation will change how the system is ordered. It will change the colonial architecture and bring the Jamaican people fully into the economic benefit while protecting, right, the resources and give us rights to the resources. And if we don't reorder that and rethink that, we have a serious problem in our country. And the first way in which you control your destiny, all right, and have self-determination, you must control the resources. And that's what this movement is about. This movement is about doing what? Getting rid of colonialism that dispossess you, that displace you, and disempower you. So we must control what you see behind me right now as Little Duns River, right? Is a case where the brethren them discover this gem here because nobody no met beach and can't make river. Some Rasta man in the 60s a whole a vibration and establish some tracks and pathways and them sort it out. And we are enjoy it right now. And if we don't stand up strong, UDC want to get rid of them out the picture. Yes, they want to make it into a public beach, but the ones them who now control it, they want to remove them, and the private sector will move in, and that 70 to 80% will be away from our society. We won't stand for that. We are not in agreement with that.
You know, Devon, if you look at the local communities, less than 10%, right? Now, the government said it. And I don't have the document now, but I'm going to bring the document next week because I'm going to go back on this subject. The government said that they're going to promote community tourism. And that lady come to Miss McIntyre Pike out of Mango.
Yes.
She comes to mind, right? The government said that they have to promote community tourism so that the locals can actually earn a living, bring tourism in the area. They don't keep them on the resort only, then bring them out so that they can come into the community, see something, spend some money, and mingle with the people and enjoy the real culture, right?
Yes.
You know what I got yesterday? Yesterday I got under the ATI. I got a response, and one of the question I asked was, in the manifesto, you said that you're going to promote community tourism so that locals can earn a living outside. Have you done so? You know what the response was? No, we have not promoted local community tourism. Black and white, them tell me, said, no, we haven't yet. Still in the manifesto, they said, we are going to do it. And I got a response yesterday saying that we have not done it.
Right. They are bold. All right. They are bold. I mean, Jamaica. This is not very hard to digest, really hard to digest. The numbers them can't lie. I just say, boy, a man, your position can't change, but the facts can't change.
Right.
You just can't change. So the $4.3 billion they will make, right, is reported, and the 4.3 million will come is there, right? Very clear. You know, you can't change that number they started. They might underreport it because we don't know what things go. Certain things probably slide certain other corners, and we now get the full maths. The maths might not add up by certain levels, right? But when we see something where you put out there sometimes, you know, where you get to ATI and the numbers them now add up, right? Maybe if you do an ATI, if you have breakdown in that 4.3, you know. No, you need to do a watch a ATI that $4.3 billion. I'm make we get we want them to disaggregate the data.
Okay.
Right? I want to understand it, right? You know, tourism, big tourism, you know, villas, guest houses, right? We want them break it down if them are throwing 8 Airbnbs inside there. We want to see it flush out completely. See?
Hold me to it. You're going to do the ATI. No, do it.
Yeah, man. Because, you know, you see, the information help you to really develop public policy, you know, right? And if you truly want to order the society in a way that it benefit the Jamaican people, then it is having the necessary information to know where, you know, are the nodes that you can really, you know, tap into to really, you know, make the money spread across the society, and the wealth and the prosperity, you know, is felt by all our people, right? And so information is very important. All right. Fundamentally, you know, we now come off of the subject is that the beaches and the rivers, they must be owned by the Jamaican people, and that is why we're asking that 50 meters above the high water mark should be designated as public land. Right now, it's only up to the wet sand that is vested in the crown. We want to lose that colonial, you know, nomenclature. We do not want that to no longer define, you know, any, you know, swaths of lands or spaces in our country. So we need 50 meters above the wet sand to be designated public land around the entire island, right? Now, may I lay out a framework that JABEM is advancing in our understanding, right? When we look at other countries and we look at what's best for Jamaica in terms of reparative justice, economic justice, you know, land rights justice, all of these kind of things, which says we can empower our people by making the beach of the country a public resource, codify it into law, so we protect this, you know, as a sovereign piece of real estate, right? So 50 meter public land. Then we want a further 150 meters to be a concession zone, right? To be this economic zone. So anything that builds in that zone is lease only. You can't own it, all right? And, you know, of course, monies from the lease is piped into other industries that needs to grow to meet the need in the 21st century and beyond, right? To even dealt with, you know, environmental issue around climate change, erosions. You know, we need to grow out new industries in science and technology, agriculture, you know what I mean, biotech, pharmaceutical, you name it, you know what I mean, tap into what the potential of, you know, artificial intelligence mean in our society, right? What modern agriculture could look like. The sea is 70% of the earth. Vast amount of things you can do, you know, in the sea. And I'm not talking about, you know, extractive mining. You know, most of the oxygen in the world is produced from the sea. There's lots of planktons and many organisms and all kinds of things. You know, the big pharmaceutical industries are looking towards the ocean for, you know, many things. We're saying that we are of many ideas that we could birth and grow other industries in manufacturers, new materials, new fabrics, you know what I mean, tap into rare earth metals. All kinds of things can be done. You need investment to do so. You need investment to do so.
Let me ask you a question, because we only have 10 minutes left, 9 minutes. Let me ask you a question. We've been talking about the shore, and we talked about the shoreline, right? Yeah. And we talked about rivers. Give me your opinion. One of the things that we haven't talked about is the Chinese rerouting rivers. This is a White River and some other rivers. Rerouting rivers, which will directly impact people downstream, and they're building a development, and they're doing it so that they can build them development and the government just sit by and just watch this happen. Talk to us about your, because I know you're familiar with this thing, but I want the people to hear from you about this issue.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the government transfer 27.9 acres of beachfront land to Chinese Harbour Engineering Company that sits right next to Old Fort Bay. All right, words that they're going to build a massive hotel there. All right, it's a very majestic piece of coastline. They have that. They have transferred to them the Roaring River estate, a massive chunk of the Roaring River estate that contains the Roaring River, and they are building out some over 800 and something houses. In order to facilitate that housing development, they have to change the course of the Roaring River, and they're doing so. That Roaring River serves a power a hydropower plant that sits at Laughing Water, and a river that runs out into the sea right at Laughing Water. And the government has allowed, this Chinese company to do so. All right. And, I drove by there, 2 weeks ago, and they have taken out a big chunk of the coastal forest, and they're changing the course of the river on that property. And this is something that through environmental impact assessment, JABEM, the Jamaica Environmental Trust, Stronger Together Caribbean, several other, NGO organizations and individuals have written to the government and says, do not authorize this project. And the government went ahead, authorized the EIA, and gave them the green light to start that. They have demolished a big chunk of coastal forest that have endangered species of plants inside there, changing the course of the river to build out this massive project right along the North Coast Corridor. Right? This is what the government have signed on. They could have built this anywhere else that is not impacting rivers on the coast. Now, this river serves my community as Steertown, right? This river serves Miami Bay community, and this river is connected to Dunn's River that sits right at James said, and the government has just designated Jamaica, Dunn's River, as an ecologically sensitive area. So no kind of extractive development, ripping down the forest and all that thing cannot go there. But right next to it, they are contiguous territory where we think all the aquifers and the waterway are linked, and they gave them the permission to do so. I think it's 734 acres of land that they took right there. Okay? Now, if that no madness, that river behind me, which is part of the Dunn's River watershed, is part of the Ribuna watershed, is connected to the same land that the Chinese were given by the government. This river behind me, that, the brethren them fight for protect the Jamaicans for 60 odd years. And now we go to court, and I want to bring the reasoning, enclosure around Little Dunn's River, because the fight is not over. And I'm here to make an appeal to Jamaicans at home and in the diaspora. Let the government know that we accept the prescriptive rights for this space, which means that it will become a public beach with the rights that any Jamaican can go there anytime they feel like going there, and they will not be able to stop in perpetuity. They can't stop them anymore. And the government expressed the willingness to do so. What the government the government do not want to recognize is the plaintiffs who, on the behalf of the country, and Jabem is a plaintiff in this case, right? The plaintiffs, Bongo, History, Clive and Ned and Rasai and Norman and Oret, okay? And whoever me and miss out tonight, all of the ones that will come and court for 3 years and I defend the prescriptive rights of the whole country. They do not want to protect their land rights so they can stay there and do them business. Right? They do not want to do that. And I'm appealing to Jamaica to let the government know, no, you cannot remove these ones. You can't remove them at all. You must leave them. You must leave them in the space. And that's the plea right now, that Little Dunn's River should become a public beach, and we are all in agreement with that. But you cannot displace the ones them who cut the tracks on the roadway, them, make sure this Gemia is pruned and stay clean, and them are do it since the 1960s. And now you want to say, before UDC get that title, it was part of the Belmont estate. Before UDC became the title holder. Okay? Bongo, okay, was in the space. He's 78 years old. His sight is fading, but he is resolute in his fight. Resolute. And him you want to show off island, you don't want to give him no guarantee that him can stay there. And him stand up in a court and defend the thing for 3 years. What kind of people are we? That we would say, okay, the rest of we at Jamaica can go look at Duns River, but the man them who fight feet, they must clear out. And some big interest must come set up down at Duns River. We can't stand for that. Well, so I'm asking your audience, and I'm asking the world, in your social media, just say, we stand with Little Duns River. We stand with the plaintiff and their right to remain there and ply their trade. We want the world to stand with Little Duns River. We're begging the world. You come there, you be there. We ask you, now them need you to show up for them, because them show up for you for 3 years in a court and protect the space for 60 years. I'm asking you, stand up with Little Duns River. Little Duns River need you. Bobo. Bobo, me forget Bobo, me have to call out Bobo. Bobo turn up. You understand? Bongo turn up. History turn up. Clive turn up. Ned turn up. Rasai turn up. Norman turn up. Ore turn up. Jabem turn up.
What I would need to stand up.
What I would need to stand up here now?
We know say some things are going on Spider right now, and we only have 2 minutes left. So let me just play 2 quick videos, and then we just say bid farewell to the people. I want to play this video because this video will be very important. Very, very important.
Some are going to charge for corruption. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
I pledge my heart this island as God and faith shall live. My birth, my strength, my love, and my loyalty to give. Oh, green, I love the evenings, Jamaica strong and free. Oh,
Well, brethren, it's moving. Here, I want to thank you. I want to thank all of the other guests, Sis and Lawman, for coming on and share the space and spend some valuable time with us. We really appreciate it. And like we said, we have to stand up for the Duns River thing. So here we have to go run now because Reggae Global our cut we have. So here, my brethren, take care of yourself.
Bless it. Yeah, man. Legal seizure, not a going on letter.
See him, sir. See him, sir. Later, my brother.